Stag. It should be Steady Stag.
Steady. Oh, yeah. Hot,
Which
hot topic of TGI BDSM.
yes, the Mortal Coil is what you call TGI BDSM.
Yes. Yeah. The Fridays for BDSM.
Wow.
Honestly, for just like put it on in the background, go back and listen to that video. We are pretty entertaining.
I imagine.
Followed by large gaps of everybody walks away from the computer, or Miley trips over the gate, or just
Right.
God, is that one that? Yeah.
Yeah.
That was March 19th. She's still kind of dealing with that injury.
Apparently that gate is a hazard because it broke you, it broke Miley.
Yeah.
And the cats are like, I can just like go over this, you know.
Exactly.
You might have heard of this new thing called jumping.
Yes, we were hoping you didn't know that. But Elfie's like 5 now, so she understands things.
Okay, so what are your last few yeah, so Steady Stag. You're like, it makes me you specifically go, do you remember that Joe tape you put all the Adam Sandler on? It makes me think of the song A Medium Pace, and we were all a little grossed out for a second.
I recently listened to that whole album again after that, and I was just like, wow, this is bad.
Like, that Adam Sandler album, or
yeah,
yeah,
they're all gonna laugh at you.
That whole yeah, I did the same thing like right after that game, and I was like, see that shampoo bottle now, stick it up my ass. At a medium pace.
What the? How old was he when he made this album? 12?
Yeah.
Oh well, no, he was, you know, an adult man who acted like a 12-year-old, and that's what got him a lot of money.
So much money.
Hard to fault him.
I mean, yeah, basically. Are you going to give me all the money for acting like a 12-year-old? Very well. I accept.
I have no motivation to stop acting this way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for reals.
But now he's like, I can smell that Oscar from here.
Oh, I don't know about that. The last thing he did was what, Murder Mystery 2?
Hey, Uncut Gems got a lot of heat. He got a lot of buzz for that movie.
Uncut Gems.
I'm not saying he's done like that was his attempt at an Oscar movie. Like he's past that now.
Well, so
he's like, nope, didn't work. I'm back to Sandlerisms.
He ain't done.
He signed the big old Netflix big money deal and is doing movies, murder mystery movies with Jennifer Aniston,
which
and Happy Gilmore, except as a Halloween character.
That was bad.
Yeah,
entertaining, but
the amount of shock in your voice is what bothers me. Like, you're surprised it was that bad.
I mean, I watched it. All right. Yeah, I took a lot of notes.
So, yeah, you had gone to Shadow Skip, which is, I think, probably one of your later scenes after Steady Stag. And you'd been the receptionist, who you were both worried was trying to poison you, was trying to slip you a note with the name Danella Knot River on it.
That's right.
You reviewed the engineers. You found out Danella Knot River was probably sexually harassed at work by Kim Ranks. And she was let go for it.
Yeah.
Right.
And the receptionist was trying to clue you in on it without getting caught that she was cluing you in on it. And one of the engineers in Kim's old lab, for Githrak, was, or rather, it was the halfling Priskin Sugarbread, um, who like kind of spilled the beans and got in trouble for it. And Garret told Krenna Shadowskip he was going to burn the place to the ground. Then you went then to Baraka's place of work, which was the law offices of Wexrock and Belfie. That's when you did detect good and evil, and I'm like, dude, you have 2 spell slots. Okay. It's a law firm, and they were pretty cooperative. You say we're looking for something with Gimranks, and he's like, is that a person or a company? And he's like, no, it's a person. The company would be Shadowskip. And he's like, because their files are clearly, they're a intellectual property law firm. And what you find out there is a couple things. What was in Baraka Durant's old files was a patent filing on behalf of, so what you found in the licenses at Shadowskip was that the licenses, the petitioning agency was Shadowskip R&D, the advocating agency was PEM, was the big Rolls-Royce law firm, PEM, which is Pretty Morn, Everspring, and Moonlight Legal. The big, well-known, bougie IP corporate law firm in town. And you're like, for a small firm like this to be able to afford that, that's really interesting. And then you guys are starting to put the pieces together, because Gimranks was the goblin that whose body was found in the dumpster at the Drunk Chicken. You had Baraka Durant, who was the youngest. He was the human attorney. His body's found in Hoxton. This is all in the case file. I'm just sort of covering it again. And then you have the oldest of the 3, but still pretty young in dwarf years, is Gilther Branson. And Gilther was the one that at, I believe it was Mortal Coil, you find out that, he had no problem participating, and he liked to be rough. You also found out at Skunk Stripe he had lost his privileges. Yeah, he had been banned at the Skunk Strip for that they're all into consent play. Well, that definitely Gimranks and Gilther Branson were. You were starting to get a picture that when you visit the attorney at Wexrock and Belfie, who was like old friends with Baraka Durant, that they'd been growing apart and he'd met new people and was getting into new things. What you find out at Mortal Coil is that Gilther Branson liked to play real rough and seemed to have a thing for hobgoblins. And the owner at Mortal Coil was like, they're kind of tough and they can take it. And he likes to dish it out, and he also always tipped real well. So
there was a few, there was like 1 or 2 that were like,
yeah, I'll deal with it.
We let him do it because he paid well.
Yeah. At Wexrock and Belfie, you also, so what you find out is that and in rewatching the video, I think I chose to say silent on something, but anyway, that Wexrock and Belfie were subcontracted out by PEM for the patent filing for Gimranks, and that there was a patent filing for some sort of communication device, and that Shadowskip R&D is a named interested party. And what that attorney tells you is like, in the case of his death as it has occurred, the patent falls to Shadowskip.
Yeah.
And then you asked about Danella Knot River, and he's like, I don't see anything in the files, but if we find something, we'll look for it. And I made the comment of like, magic can help a lot of things, but there's no magical control F through your paper files. It's like, well, we look through things quickly because we're trying to help the police. We're not then have you sit here for an hour while we pour through all our cases related to all our case files, blah, 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 blah. You were on your way, I think, to Bankersboro to visit Gilther's place of employment. Nash, Tooth, Harbeck, and Ulrich, which is essentially it's a finance company. It's but it's not like a consumer bank. It's like an investment firm, right? So think venture capitalist rather. And then Constable Command goes, "Hey, we got a last known address for you of Danella Knot River in Shoreditch." And you're like, "Okay, well, we're in Shoreditch, so we're going to detour."
Yeah, I think that's where we left off, right?
Yeah. That's interesting. What does this button do? Oh, cool. I can switch between the two cameras. I'm using Sam's Windows laptop, which is already a little weird for me, but like there's a webcam here and then the laptop camera here. It's like camera 1, camera 2, camera 1.
Yep. I see. Heading to Bankersboro, HQ calls LKA for Danella, Shoreditch. Like, oh, okay. It was right there in the notes.
LKA, check you out with your top.
I was trying to take a lot of notes. So. All right. I guess we gotta check
I think that's the plan as we go to Danella's last known Addie.
Okay.
Alrighty.
You find the address in Shoreditch. You pull up. It looks like it's a multi-story. Like if I say Wattle and Daub, do we all know what that kind of a building is? Like a Tudor building where you can see the exposed beam with the plaster and stuff between. Okay. It looks all quaint and such. And it's 3 stories, but it's clear that if this was ever one residence, it has been partitioned into 3. Okay. And she lives on the 2nd floor.
Okay.
Well, I guess we'll go on up.
Is there a super or somebody we talked to about getting let in? Or
no, it looks like there's like some steps along the outside that sort of take you to where front doors have been put. And it's like A, B, and C. So B is the 2nd floor.
Okay. All right. Let's go up to B.
All right. You go up to B. You knock on the door. A halfling woman in sort of like whatever the fantasy version of sweats is.
Sweats.
Messy hair tied up.
I understand that would be a schmata.
A schmata, yeah. Like just sort of like a long unbelted tunic. So she's covering all her bits. She opens the door and looks up at you two and goes, "Well, this figures." And just like opens the door and takes a step back. "Can I offer you some coffee or tea or beer or whatever?"
Just a bit of your time would be great.
She's like, "Well, come on in. I have nothing to hide."
Okay.
Just to be clear, you are Danella Knot River?
Yeah. Did Darla open her mouth?
Darla was the receptionist, yeah?
Well, you didn't get the receptionist name, but you can put 2 and 2 together.
Oh. And so I'll be like, "Can you who was the one she worked with?" She worked with
Gim Ranks. She worked
Gim,
with
okay.
Alvin.
So that I would just be like, "So tell me about Gim Ranks."
You walk in and it's the front half of it looks like she lives on the whole floor. And the front half is like big open floor plan. And you can see she's got like a drafting table and some supplies. It looks like she's been working from home a bit. And like a table. She goes and pours herself something out of a cold box, and she goes, when I first got to Shadow Skip, I was really excited to be on that team, especially to work with Gimrinks. He's a great infuser, and he's really good at figuring out how to. Well, I guess he was really good at it, figuring out how to infuse weird shit on the stable platforms, if that makes sense. Like, if you're here, you've been to Shadow Skip. We were working with Aberration stuff for communications, and Gim had sort of a natural gift for that, and that's my specialty. But after a while, I mean, did you notice? No, there are no women on that team. Like, that's not by accident, because Gim couldn't keep his fucking hands to himself, and he was a little entitled about shit. And I thought that because Krenna was, all about like women in the industry, that going to HR and then going to her would be effective. But I guess talent is more important than ethics to Krenna. So we got into a whole thing, and they paid me 6 months severance, and that was a few months ago. And I'm supposed to be under NDA, and I can't duplicate the designs or anything like that. So I've been working from home for a while, and in a few months I'll start looking for another job again. But
So what do you know?
Guys, but it wasn't me. Now the problem is my alibi. You already met her. It's my girlfriend, Darla.
Oh.
I know it's not admissible, but you can zone of truth me if you want. I mean, we can go to Whitechapel, and I'll let somebody from the Tyrian church zone of truth me or whatever. But I didn't kill him.
Do you know the name Baraka Durant or Gilther Narson?
Bernarson, yeah.
Bernarson. Okay.
I don't think I know the Baraka Durant name. Gilther was somebody Gim had started talking about, his new friend, in the last couple months before I left. But I never met him. Like, when everybody figured out what kind of person Gim was and how he was tolerated because he was so good at his job, like, nobody wanted to go to after work drinks with him, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Forgith was a good team lead, and he would try to, keep an eye on stuff after my first complaint, but we were we were the infuser part of that research team, so he couldn't change my assignment. I was there to be an infuser. So
What can you tell me about the communication device?
she's looking like, I mean, legally I can't tell you anything because I'm under NDA and I can't duplicate it, but here's what I can tell you is it's based on Krenna's whole thing is, how everybody's afraid of psychic energy and psychic magic and all that sort of stuff. Krenna's whole thing is mainstreaming that. So it's an instantaneous communication device that I think she was going to sell to the military or whoever, because who else would need that? You guys in the military, sending stones work fine. You're going to replace that with a scarier thing, right? That you're already fighting public perception. And you can, you're very much talking to an industry person who's talking about their industry right now.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, but defense, we had a lot of early results that suggested it couldn't be counterspelled traditionally. That's what we were trying to do. The defense industry is sort of worried about sending stones and like their communication devices in the field being disrupted. We were working on a thing that couldn't be disrupted magically.
Interesting. Okay. I'm not sure what to do with that information.
She's like, well, you didn't hear it from me.
We barely understood it, so don't worry about it.
She goes like, no offense, but that's kind of why I think it was fine to tell you. She's like, I'm not working on that anymore. Like, I'm basically working on like a side demo project for when I start looking for jobs again, assuming Krenna hasn't blackballed me in the valley. I'm much more interested in like non-lethal things for sort of like for you guys or home defense and stuff like that. She's like, hold on. And she goes to her workbench and she pulls off a couple of what look like, think of like a 50-cent piece that's like 3 times as thick.
Okay.
And it's got a sun emblazed on it. She's like, here, these are prototypes. You can have them. And she goes, don't touch the sun unless you really mean it. But if you push that real hard and chuck it, it'll flash up. Close your eyes. It'll flash a blinding light. It's just meant to like blind and subdue people without like hurting them.
The flash grenade. Neat.
Yeah.
I will take one of those.
Yeah, I'll take one.
Yeah, she like flips them to you like bing, like a coin. Yeah, careful how you catch that.
And
Yeah. As soon as Darla came home and said you guys had been there, I figured it was just a matter of time before somebody came here. I told Darla to leave it. You know, that's a good job for her. I don't want her getting in trouble.
I'm curious why Darla pointed us to you in the first place.
Darla had been at Shadowskip longer than me, and she wouldn't stay, but I got the feeling that I'm not the first female engineer or female artificer that Gim had harassed out of working there.
Ooh, really?
And I think that Darla was worried that it would get tracked down to me and I would be accused, but she was with me, which I don't know. I don't know how stuff works in court and like a reliable alibi and all that. I didn't want Gim Ranks dead. I got paid half a year to stay home, so, and I've been working on my own stuff. I'll find another job. Honestly, like, I'm not saying I would, but if I was going to go after anyone, it would be Krenna Shadowskip because she's a fucking lying hypocrite. She's out there in industry circles talking about how she's a champion of women in the industry, and nothing could be farther from the truth.
Fair enough. I would suggest don't go anywhere. Stick around the area.
I'm sure.
In case we need to speak with you again. I would also suggest
avoid any dark alleys.
Yeah.
She's like, well, I walk around with a couple of those in my pocket, so.
Okay, so there are no dark alleys.
She laughs when you say that. She's like, no, I fully understand.
I don't think you're a target in any way, but just to be safe, watch yourself and
like I don't know if you talked. I'm sure you talked to Torgith and maybe somebody else on the team, but like I never met the guy, but that dwarf friend of his, that Gilther Benarson banker guy, that VC guy. Like everyone says, Gim got worse after he met him. So
Checks out. Very well. Appreciate your time.
sure.
Unless there's anything further.
Yeah.
All right.
If you have any more questions, you'll be hearing from us.
Hey, if those don't work when you try them out, let me know. And like hold on to it, bring it back so I can figure out why it didn't work. If you don't mind.
Sure.
Come on, guys. If it works and it helps you out, you're like free advertising for me. So just
Oh,
saying.
yeah. All right.
Welcome to Silicon Valley. Everyone has an angle.
Seriously. I guess we would head to the bank or the investment people's.
Yeah. So that's over. I think that's in Borough, right?
Nash Tooth, Harbeck, and Oloric?
Ulrich. Yeah.
Oloric. Whatever.
Okay. All right. Let me put up the map. I was highly amused last game when you're like, could you stop sharing the map so I can see your faces? And then you're like, ugh. And I'm like, you need a bigger screen. And you went, I need prettier friends.
What a dick.
Yeah. Okay, so here's Shoreditch. Here's the Guildwood. Here's Bangersboro. You got to cross through the Guildwood. You'll probably take literally, like, way to name stuff. London, you probably take just Old Street. It's literally called Old Street.
And they mean it.
Yeah.
The Romans laid these cobblestones.
Yeah, the original. I'm doing it again where I'm clicking on the Google Meet map instead of the actual map. Yeah, for sure.
For me, yeah, that's
All right.
But how long a travel is that?
That's probably, you're towards the like mid-afternoon, so traffic's picking up. So it's probably close to 25 minutes or so, just because of traffic, just like everybody's getting out of work and stuff like that. So on your way.
Bless you. Twice.
Bless you some more.
Right.
Stop, or I'll say.
There's the third one. Bless you.
Do you have like allergies, Joe?
No, I may have a cold.
Oh, good.
That sucks.
Mhm. I have horrible allergies, it seems, because the world has decided that pollen count is about 1 billion.
Just judging from how much is on my car, the car we park outdoors, I go out there and I'm like, it's been a day. Why is my gray car orange?
Dude, the last time I drove back from Lancaster, I left kind of late. I left here at like 8, which got me home at like 1 a.m, which also meant that on all those highways, I could speed like a motherfucker. I got out, still yellow streaks. They survived 85-mile-an-hour slipstreams. That pollen clung onto my black fucking car. So,
Yeah. All the rain that we got, we couldn't have gotten it, slowly over the last several years when we were in a drought. And no, they're like, no. Here, have all the rain.
We're gonna super saturate the soil. And
yeah, I was gonna say no. California's motto was "Go big or go home." And then it was "Go wet and stay home," because where I live, there were massive floods.
Yep.
Like, seriously, there's a town near me that was right by where the the farming levee burst, and all you could see was the tops of the cars and the second stories on homes, like flooded.
It's gonna get worse too in certain areas.
Yep.
Because people don't learn.
Yeah, from what I understand, Huntington Beach is just a big floodplain.
Oh, well, then I'm so glad that district didn't move. I had in an elementary school district. Thank you, but they sent me a regret to inform.
No.
And I'm like, fair enough, but
Well, there's like farmlands that they built entire cities and towns in these like
floodplain.
what used to be riverbeds, but the rivers had been dried up for years because of all the droughts. Well, now with all the rain, those rivers filled back up, and there's a large ice cap that when that melts, it's going to make it worse. So like these towns are going to be completely wiped out.
I have never seen the California aqueduct. We've driven past it a couple times in our travels this weekend. I've never seen it so high. I've never seen it so full.
Wow.
And the LA River's actually a river again.
It's not just where we film Terminator movies.
Right, exactly.
Okay, sorry. You're about halfway there. Actually, you're about 2/3 of the way there. You're almost all the way past the Guildwood. Do we need the map again?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're getting to where the Bankersboro starts, and while you've been on duty, this hasn't happened, but your badge does what they call squawking, and what that means is 1cc is basically issuing a calling all cars like an APB, and it goes Rear! It just like makes a noise to get everybody's attention, and it's like attention all units, bank robbery in process, Bankersboro, Horn of Plenty Financial, and it gives an address, and you realize you're right. You're about 2 blocks away from it.
Let's do it, Doug.
All right. Can I take a short
Crackety.
rest?
Can you take a short rest?
Well, that's what I was trying to. That's actually why I was asking how long it was going to take to get there.
Oh, was
So I was
it?
going to be like, could we short rest in that time? But it didn't quite work out. I was looking out for you, Smash.
Because
But-
I got no spell slots.
You've got Eldritch
I was
Blast.
gonna say I got the one
Yeah.
gun that I always have, which is Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast, yeah.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cantrips.
I'm like,
Damn.
as somebody who plays a warlock as well, you got plenty of arrows left in your quiver. They're just
yeah. All right.
Okay.
We'll beeline to the
Jog
bazings.
over there.
Yeah. So you're pulling over, or you're pulling up, and you can hear magical sirens. So it's think of fancy bougie bank, big columns, big statues out front, like statues that are like 10 feet tall that look like, guardians with shields. There's another one that looks like, holding like gold in one hand and the scales of justice in another. And
Press them.
yeah,
Oh,
as you hear like the Star Wars hangar siren going, and people are clearing away from the building because they know something bad is going on. It's a big
Mesa warning. Gonna have that in hand.
All right, I'm going to start you. We're not in initiative yet, but I'm going to start you like you pull up to how far away would you pull up from this?
Probably pretty close.
Pretty close. Like, let's see how close we can get before we see anything.
Okay,
No, the alert was the bank robbery was in progress, right?
right. And then the building has its own alarm that is clearly going off.
Okay.
Okay, so let's say 100 feet, or do you want to be closer to like 60?
Closer to 60.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, definitely closer.
All right. As you pull up and get out, as you're pulling up, you notice other banks and other businesses in the area are like dropping gates and closing windows, and like everybody's like locking up for whatever's about to go down.
Right. Yeah, it's like the Old West where
Yeah.
the guy walks out into the street and everybody closes all the doors.
Right.
Closes the windows.
As you get off of your sort of police wagon,
Rubius Ferrum. Blade Ward.
Okay. I think I knew ferrum was iron.
Yeah, I think Rubius is like protection.
Okay. So a couple of things happen all at once. There's one of the doors. There's big double doors in the bank. One of the and a magical let me just say this all at the same time. And a magical blast comes coming out of it, and like you don't recognize what spell, but sort of an arc of like blue light sort of dissipates out into the street, and you hear shouting from inside. You hear male voices, come on, let's go. And
they're coming out.
Yeah.
Spiritual weapon right outside the door.
Okay. Now I need to look up that spell, but thankfully it's on your character sheet. I tell you, Windows machines scroll in the wrong goddamn direction, and it throws me off. Spiritual weapon. What's
Second level.
okay? You create a floating spectral weapon within range, which is 60 feet, until you cast the spell again. Lasts for the duration. When you cast, you can make a melee spell attack against a creature within 5 feet of the weapon. On a hit, target takes force damage equal to 1d8 plus your spellcast ability. There you go. There's another thing that does force damage. You had mentioned Radiant Bolt, Guiding Bolt rather. In the last game, Guiding Bolt does Radiant, not Force. As a bonus action, you can move it up to 20 feet. Okay, cool. Do you cast it like right by the doorway?
I'm gonna cast it like right to the side of the doorway. So like if someone coming out, I could move it like.
Okay.
Just
for like flavor, what weapon does it look like?
Oh, I think it's a big morning star.
Oh, okay. I was guessing because you tell him boy that it was either going to be like a morning star like what you have, or like just a big scythe like Kellenborg being a death god just before like holy shit, there was a floating reaper. Okay, let's roll initiative.
All right.
21. Did I seriously roll a nat 20 on my fucking initiative? Yeah.
Well, you're definitely gonna beat me because I have +0.
Yeah, but I would much rather have rolled a nat 20 on anything than initiative.
There it goes.
Oh, Joe, it looks like you got a 20 as well.
And yes.
Jesus Christ.
And then the chunky dragon from the D&D movie came and ate my die.
Oh, really?
I didn't know it did that.
Are there new dice from the D&D movie?
Yes.
Yes.
I think that's the ones I'm using now too.
Oh, so I'm fucking not cool
or
right
something
now.
like that. I don't know.
Thundershot.
Thundershot. Yeah, the chunky. He's the chunky dragon.
Yeah, I had the pop vinyl of Thundershot. He's quite good. I didn't realize like he is in the books. Like he is a real
Yeah. They just
dragon from the Faerun.
That's pretty cool, actually. Yeah, I didn't realize that.
So
like, in
I tell you,
is he all chunky like that? Oh, okay.
that was delightful. I tell you, we have all 6 players for Monster Squad next weekend.
On the 29th?
Yeah.
Yeah, you said you had 6.
Only one new face.
Kim.
Kim. Yeah.
Who's Kim? Miley's cousin?
No,
Zach's
girlfriend.
Oh, cool. Yeah, Sam. Apparently, it's Candle Day at Bed Bath and Beyond, and everything's half price. So she's on the candle crusade right now.
Oh my god.
Atomic got to see Ripley. The cats have decided to not be in the room right now. Homer was over here singing the song of his people.
My cats are all MIA too. I don't know what's going on. It must be that time of day where they're just like, nah.
Sam was like, "Do you want me to lock the cats out?" I'm like, "Oh no, I finally get to play in the look at my cat game that I never get to play in because I don't have cats."
Okay, so while I have the both of you, now you're going to play your third level characters.
Yes.
I
You
would
want
like
to
it if you
NPC are we calling them
just
officers or managers?
Oh, I don't know. I kind of like warden.
Oh, warden. That was it.
Because the city's in wards, but I don't know.
No, I vote wardens too. I like that.
Like wardens.
Now, what do we call the
Grunts.
understaff? The grunts.
I think just call. I like calling them. I like calling them either grunts or rangers, even if that's not their class.
Okay. Because it occurred to me, this isn't a military unit. This is municipal. This is like
or sanitation worker.
Yeah. No, exactly. It's so you're a trash man. No. But
you work in the garbage. You work in the sewer. You're a sewer rat.
I think they're grunts until they're really good, and then they can be rangers.
How about technically they're a plumber first class? All right, plumbers. Plumber. I'm not a plumber.
Hey, the guys who did Watergate were plumbers.
Exactly. Now, do they start at first class and then go to third, or they start at third class and then go to first?
You know what? It honestly depends on what organization. In some organizations, you start like third and go to first, and others you start first and go to third. Like you got to pick it.
I like the idea of calling them like plumbers third class. Agreed?
Yes, agreed. I was going to say. So I for you guys for Haven City inspectors, I use the New York NYPD system, and they start grade 1 or class detective grade 1, detective grade, like the higher the number, the higher the rank. But it makes more intuitive sense that like third place is not better than first place. So third class, like first class seating is better than third class seating. You know what I mean?
I know. It's like what?
That's why I use grade instead of class, but it makes sense. Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to.
No, that's good. So should we do grade?
No, I like class.
Okay. You're just a third class plumber. But what I was saying, I want you guys to introduce your wardens, even if it's just like, "Hi, I'm so and so. Hi, I'm so and so. All right, we're off. Bye." Or whatever. And then just like I have a splash screen for two different splash screens for in Roll20 for it. One is the map of Waterdeep. So it's just like, here's where you are, and the other is the interior of the offices of Dunder Mifflin. Like, how hard do I want to lean into that angle? Run a whole game where they never leave the office. It's just there's a rat in the corner. Go get it.
Somebody has taken my pencil. Go full Annie from Community. Okay.
All right. Who put my short sword in Jello?
Are you guys ready for this fight?
All right.
Yes.
All right.
No.
You
I
have
need
cast blade.
a beverage and possibly a bathroom break. So.
All right. Let's take a quick second. Then I'll
pause
step in for a moment.
Yeah. I'll be right back. Hi, Ripley. Where's your brother? Oh, you're so funny. Joe. Oh, he's not on headphones yet.
He's there, but he's not really there.
I think I'm ready.
Okay, hold on. Can you see her? That's Ripley.
Oh, hello, kitty. There's a kitty. Kitty named Ripley. Oh, he looks like Mowgli.
She.
She looks like Mowgli. Oh, hello. It's
She
a
looks like my
tabby.
Carl. She looks like my Carl too. I mean, she had a different pattern.
Here's Miley.
Oh.
Miley wants to see the kitty too.
wait, that's Josh for the kitty.
That is Josh for the kitty.
Hello, guys.
Miley.
Hi, Miley. This is
Josh
the cat Samantha refers to as the traitor and my daughter.
Oh, I have heard that you have joined the ranks of Cat Dad.
Yeah. And now she's like,
Dad, but
There you go.
I'm back.
okay.
I fooled you. It wasn't Atomic's cat.
All right.
My cats are old news.
The yeah. So we skipped something. I'm gonna assume that when you guys said we're responding, that you key back into base that you're responding. Okay. So one of you, I don't care who, I need to roll 2d4.
I'll get it.
That way, if it goes bad, I can blame you for it.
All right, 5. 5 is the number of rounds before you can expect police backup.
Oh, Jesus, this fight will be over. 5 rounds.
So 30 seconds. It'll take them 30. We got here 30 seconds faster than anybody else.
This goes 5 rounds. We're in trouble as it is.
All right.
Okay.
I got a 20. He got a 21. Did they get anybody beat those?
Yeah, they rolled a 19. They rolled really good, and you still beat them.
And I saw a dragon.
Okay.
Now I want to roll a nat 20 on. I'm gonna have to fuck with those until I get a Thumber Shot come out and eat my dice.
Mm-hmm.
The right. So you cast that spiritual weapon before initiative. So that is just sitting there as it looks like there's 4 of them, and they start pouring out of the bank. They're shouting, and they're clearly concerned about what's happening in the bank because they're coming out of the bank facing into the bank. So on your spiritual weapon attack roll, there she goes. You have an advantage because they're fully not paying attention.
Damn, are we still only 4th level?
Yeah,
Yes.
This is your 5th level game.
So that is a 23 to hit.
All day. That hits all day.
Only 5 damage. That's the worst roll I could possibly have gotten.
Okay. So I'm gonna.
Terribly.
Is she on that? Yeah, she's on the chair. I need you to not do that.
No, I do that.
Okay.
Silly new cat dad needs to not do that. Like, I'm gonna stop.
Good luck with that.
Oh, I hear you in my ear. Thank you.
Got a new sugar-free cookie.
Ooh.
Lemon coconut
Good.
from the
Do
Long Bakery.
Yeah. You had me at lemon. You lost me at coconut.
Do you have the bonus action is moving it, right?
Bonus action is attack too.
So do you have another action?
I have my action, yeah.
Okay. As
So
a bonus
the-
action, you can move it and repeat the attack. So you create a floating weapon. When you
So-
cast this, okay, so when you cast the spell, make a melee attack, and then as a bonus action. So if you want to swing that again, because I'm kind of giving you surprise. I know there's no surprise round in 5th edition, but
The condition, so the surprise does exist. It's just a
Yes,
condition. Not
it's a condition. So the one you just clonked in the head, I assume, is that condition. If you want a bonus action, whack it again. It'll be just a flat roll instead of a.
How about a 20? Nat 20, 26.
Did the dragon eat your dice? Yeah, roll your.
No, I don't have the physical dice up. I'm using D&D Beyond.
Oh, okay.
So that is okay. So
Well, right. It's a D&D Beyond dice where the dragon ate it, though, isn't it, Joe?
Yeah, I think I have my monitor and portrait, so
Yeah.
it's like the dice look like they're this big on the screen.
I don't have the setting on, so it rolls the dice like unless I use the actual dice roller on D&D Beyond.
Oh, okay.
I've got the virtual tabletop roller that makes life a little bit easier.
I see 1d8, but that was a natural 20, so shouldn't that be critical damage?
So it did 11 force damage plus 4 critical damage, so it's 15 total.
Okay, so the first time was 11. Oh, I gotcha.
First time
Okay.
I rolled a 1 on my damage plus 4, so that did the 5. This time I rolled a 7 plus 4, which is 11, and then on the second D8 it gave me a 4, so 15 total.
Gotcha. Well, that's
So that I hit that guy twice for 20 points of damage.
yeah. On the second one, guy 1 is knocked unconscious and falls to the ground.
Sweet.
Pong, pong. They call him El Kabong. Okay. Joe, that's you. Unless you've got
I still have
something-
my action, right?
No. You still have your and movement if you're gonna do that.
I am going to let's see. Okay, so I'll cast Ray of Sickness on one of the other ones.
Oh my god.
So a green like energy lashes out from my warhammer as I throw it at them. That is 20 to hit.
You're rolling like a fucking beast right now, dude.
Yeah. And for 11 points of poison damage.
Is there a save or it's just poison damage?
Nope. It's an attack, so it's just poison damage.
Okay, so but he is under poison condition, yes?
I don't believe so because it's just a cantrip. Oops.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, he has to make a Constitution saving throw.
Or he's poisoned.
Con save, or he is poisoned.
Okay, that's what I thought. And no, Ray of Sickness is first level. Okay.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. What's the safety term?
It is.
Doesn't matter because
He's 14.
it's not single digits, so he's poisoned.
I need to mark off the spell. So yeah, okay.
And
that is my turn.
Are you any movement? Are you moving any closer?
You know what? I'm gonna hold my shield up, and I'm gonna move like 20 feet closer. As I do that, as I like drop this or like smack the second guy, and just kind of be like, drop your weapons and surrender.
Okay.
Or I'll say Haven City PD or
Yeah.
Haven City. What do we actually call
Inspectors?
Haven City inspectors? Drop your weapons and surrender.
Okay. On that,
and I don't want to move like all the way in, but I am moving closer in.
okay.
So
As
like,
you're
if we
moving
started
in,
at 60, I'd be like go to like
Yeah.
40 feet.
well, he has a shield because he's a cleric. I don't think you're even proficient in shields, Joe.
You are correct.
One of them, you catch a reaction off of the last one coming out of the door, so not the one obviously not the one who's unconscious, not the one who's poisoned, the last one, where you can see that that as a reaction when you shout that, he shouts, "It's the cops!" and you see a wand leveled at you and shoots a bolt of something at you, but it misses, and the windows in the building behind you go shatter.
Oh, he's like thunder something.
You didn't hear a big thunderous noise, but it's some sort of bolt. If you want to do a quick DC 10 Arcana check, I'll let you.
I would like to know.
Okay, you can do that.
Natural 20, 23.
Jesus Christ!
Wow, this is gonna come back and haunt me.
What'd you get total?
23.
I got a 24.
I'm a natural 19. All right. That wand just fired what you would know mechanically as like an upcast chaos bolt.
Okay.
I had a feeling it was a chaos bolt.
Okay, Joe, now it's your turn.
Explosivo!
Is that your Eldritch Blast incantation?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Roll to hit. Sonny
The
Jim.
name of the song, Explosivo.
Where'd you go? There you are. And come on. Papa needs a sword of wounding. 15.
15 hits.
Roll damage.
Were you shooting the poisoned guy, the guy who just wand cast at Garret?
A wand.
Okay.
That would be 7 force damage and 2 thunder for a total of 9.
Why do you get to add the thunder?
Because of Genie's wrath.
Oh, okay.
I just got a little bit of thunder on the edge of everything.
Just a little bit of AC/DC in the mix.
Yeah.
So,
Do you only have one blast, or you have 2 at this level?
no,
have
he's fourth
one.
level. He's got one.
Fifth
Fifth
level,
level, you get your second.
That's why I asked.
Yep.
Shit, are we still fourth? So I was like, oh,
Yeah,
What,
fifth level is where is the next stage of all the extra stuff we get.
yeah, fifth. I think it's 5th and 10th are where cantrips level.
it doesn't do a lot of damage, but high level magic missile is just satisfying in a way other spells aren't. Where
Unless
you walk
it's
in a
against a
room and
mage.
go, I hit all 8 guys.
So yes, exactly. What you're doing with your hands, how I imagine high level magic missiles is how missiles and Robotech fire, just lots of swirling around and then and always hit.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Gambit is like
That
magic
is how
missile.
I have described it in Atomic's game. I said reflex missiles.
Mhm. I like to think Gambit, like the playing cards are magic missile.
Yeah.
But just-
Are you same question? Do you have any bonus actions or movement that you want to do?
Oh, me?
You?
Mhm. Little old me.
Sadly, no. I do want to move up shoulder to shoulder with him. I don't have a shield, but
There it is. Okay.
I guess I'm
All right,
done.
I've turned on my digital dice, so now that my dice will roll when I click on things, and maybe I can have a dragon eat my dice.
That was
Okay, but now I'm scared that now that you've turned it on, your hot rolling streak you've changed something, Atomic. You
Oh, I
shouldn't
know.
change
I'm
something.
sure. I'm sure it's going to be net ones, nothing but net ones going forward.
Nat ones.
Hold on, I
Okay,
gotta
so
get my
just-
lucky couch.
It's not even going to be that bad. It's going to be like 3s, just 3. I'm going to roll a 3 on everything.
I hear singing.
You hear singing?
Yeah.
Is it like
What?
Is it a mermaid?
No.
The poison one. So you came in from you were riding westward, so you came in from the east. The poison one moves his 30 feet while firing his chaos bolt wand at Garret and fully misses.
Dick.
I'm not gonna say hi.
Okay, I'm gonna hold what that was for a second. No, actually, I'm not going to. The one who is not the reflex guy who shouted, "It's the cops," sort of the one who hasn't been hit yet, goes to
What?
fire his chaos bolt at you, and something goes horribly wrong.
Oh no.
And the wand explodes.
Fuck. Man, pawn shop wands, they're not worth it, babe.
So black market attack wands, bad idea jeans. So here's
Dumb ways to die.
so here's the thing that was happening, and Garrett, on your passive, you see this. But do you remember I said there's big statues between the columns of the bank?
Mm-hmm.
So one of the 10-foot statues just looked like an armored figure holding a shield in each hand.
I'm still alive.
Just before the Chaos Bolt wand explodes, you saw it going from marble shape to acquiring color. And it was starting, you heard it starting to move, and the Chaos Bolt wand goes off. And then we're going to go to the third attack.
Wait a fucking minute.
Okay, that hits.
Things were going so well for us, too.
They really were. Come on. Thank you. Okay. All right, so I need Garrett, you take 7 fire damage from the guy that Cornelius Eldritch blasted.
I tried.
7 damage. Okay.
Yep. So
Is that another chaos bolt?
yeah, it was a chaos bolt that just like this warbling, changing energy, and then right before it hits you, it turns into a gout of flame.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. It's real hard to defend against those. What the fuck am I blocking?
I can resist that. No, I can't. Fuck. There is a. Never mind. I'll get through this fight and then remind me of where oh shit trees comes from. So on the next, we're still in round 1. On the next round of initiative, the statue, again 10 feet tall, comes like kind of almost Captain America hero, drops off of its pedestal, which is like 4 feet up off the ground, and it's this 10-foot tall construct, and I'm gonna just show you what it looks like.
I think bank security just kicked in. Oh, shit.
So the 2 shielded arms open up, revealing 2 smaller arms under it. And think of Ed 209 from RoboCop. You are attempting to abscond with Hornet property. Freeze instantly and await police detention. In those red eyes,
on our side.
Yeah, no shit.
in those red eyes, you see something has happened with the wand explosion, and you see like it's like
No, it's not.
you are attempting to.
Oh, fuck.
So what happened to the guy that was holding the exploded wand?
Oh, I didn't. I forgot to say. Like, I need you 2 to roll deck saves,
Oh, okay.
and
That's
I need
not
to
good for
roll
me.
all
Not my
these.
strongest save.
The DC is 14. Clear. Okay, the one who
Dexterous, I am not.
Oh, no.
did both of you fail your saves?
Well, I
did.
made it.
I
Okay.
failed.
So, Atomic, you take 14 points of psychic damage.
Ugh.
And
Do I take half or none of that?
you take none of that.
Nice. But suddenly cats are meowing in your head.
Okay, we are on round 2. So I should have been more clear. I didn't mean 5 rounds until police backup. I meant on round 5, police backup will arrive. So it's
Sure.
24 seconds, but still. Okay. Garret, it's you.
So do I feel anything?
Oh,
Or
wait. Like a high-pitched ringing in your ears.
No, okay.
And the golem closes with the one that is poisoned. Whiffs and slams one of those big shields into the building.
Whoa!
The windows hadn't already been broken.
And then then follows through with the other one and tags him.
So one of them had moved 20 or 30 feet closer to us, right?
Not closer, sort of laterally away from you, trying
Okay.
to. And
But
that
the other two are still kind of by the door.
14. Hold. Stand by. Please stand by.
Mhm.
8. Oh yeah, he's the one. Yeah. The one who Joe Eldritch blasted is the one who is trying to get away because the guy who was unscathed, his wand exploded, and then the poison guy just got slammed by the shield construct. 12. Okay. Yes. So the other two are still in the doorway.
Okay. I'm going to say, Cornelius, get the runner. I'll take these. I'll deal with these ones. And I'm going to bonus action, move my, move my spiritual weapon and attack the one whose wand blew up.
Okay.
He still have all his fingers, or
The 15 to hit
15 hits.
for 9 damage.
That's an 8. My handwriting. Freaking terrible. Okay, he looks very fucked up.
Cool. And I'm casting 2nd level Cure Wounds on myself because I am at less than half my hit points. Ooh, that is 20 points of healing, which puts me almost full.
yeah.
Nice.
I'm 1 point down now. Ow! And that's my turn.
Okie doke.
You know, I'll move forward. I'll move forward another 10 feet.
Okay.
Still not like right within, but
Right.
so I'm 40 feet towards the door from where we started.
You're 40 feet towards or 40 feet from?
40 feet. So I'm 20 feet from the door if we started at 60.
That's the way I was thinking. So you're like 20 feet from the door, and then you said 40 feet toward, and I'm like, wait, okay. We're saying the same thing.
Yeah, we're saying the same thing. I just said it weird.
Yeah.
Don't judge me.
Do not judge me. Cornelius, that's you.
Explosivo.
Right.
The runner.
Gotcha.
Rolling to hit.
Nope.
Yeah, it was time to pay that piper.
I feel like you just paid Steve's piper. Are you going to move towards him or just?
Yeah, I was going to move my full 30 feet towards him.
Okay. So he's moving this way and you're moving in a triangle, so you're not quite there, but yeah.
Isn't it cute?
Boo.
I know. I hate me too. So I miss.
Yeah, you miss.
Okay.
With a natural
Eldritch Blast.
one, you fucking missed. I don't know why I gotta tell you this.
I just want to make sure I just miss. I didn't kill Steve or anything.
No. I mean, if you want to roll for shenanigans, see if you accidentally hit your partner, I'm happy to accommodate. I was just going to let it go on, but since you brought it up.
Yeah, 30 feet. That's what I wanted to move.
Yeah. Okay. So that's Cornelius. Oh, right. The first.
And again, I have no useful bonus actions. I've got a spell I can't use and 2 weapon fighting, which I'm holding a mace. So
Wait, what was it?
Everyone has 2 weapon fighting. It's like that's not even a thing.
I know.
Yeah.
That's what I got.
Another blue bolt goes sort of sailing past you. This one a little closer, Garret, from the guy who is poisoned.
I believe his poison fades now because I think it was to the end of my next turn. But let me double check that.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, like double check that. I was gonna say
On a failed save, he's poisoned until the end of my next turn. So at the end of my turn, his poison fades.
So are you saying I should not have rolled that with disadvantage?
Correct.
All right. Well, I know what that one was, so I'm only gonna roll this one once. No, wait. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it stand as he missed you. Because it's easier.
Easier is better.
Yeah. The one whose wand blew up starts to
Who just got brained by a spiritual mace.
Yeah.
Bonk.
Yeah, bonk. Has like had an ass full of this and is starting to chase the runner as well. Like, we gotta get out of here. And then the runner, Cornelius. I need is
You are under arrest. Stop running.
nope, that was wrong. You take 13 points of poison damage.
Wait,
You're not poisoned. You just take 13 points of poison damage.
me?
Yeah, you
What
got hit. You got hit with a chaos bolt wand.
Okay, you skipped that part.
Yeah. No, sorry. I'm used to having multiple screens, and I do kind of have one over here, but
you kind of jump to, and you're dying. What?
Sorry, my bad. Yes, it is your bad, Josh. Okay, so yeah, the runner turns and like fucking
I don't
pig,
feel good suddenly.
and that warbling, and then and right as it gets to you, turns green, goes, and like,
Ah!
Poison stink cloud.
Oh my god, he shot me with a fart.
yeah, he moves his full 30 on the shield construct's turn. It says, it repeats its message. You are attempting to abscond with Horn of Plenty property. Please stop immediately and await police presence. And it moves, and it has just been, and then it turns and focuses its secondary hands without the shield to reach out. And at an alarmingly fast speed. Its movement speed is 35. Rushes up to the one that he brained, the one who's fucked up, and attempts to grapple.
It's gonna like squeeze this dude to death or something.
Remember when the mountain grabbed that guy? And,
When the mountain grabs the viper. Yeah.
yes.
How dare he treat Pedro Pascal that way?
No kidding.
He runs up to him and the guy turns and when he hears this booming construct voice behind him and hears thud, 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 thud of the footsteps, he goes, and as the arms reach out, they grab him and like slam him into the chest. And you see those two arms fully boa constrictor around. So he's now fully constricted up against the shield golem, who then you hear and like looks at you guys and then looks at the runner, and it's next round.
Oh shit! Is it gonna kill that guy?
Is it gonna try and kill us?
Well, let's see what it does with the guy. If it squeezes him in like a toothpaste tube.
So is it top of the round? Is that me?
Yeah, it's top of the round. It's Garret.
So bonus action, brain with. I guess I'll go to the poisoned guy.
The poison guy is grappled by the shield golem.
Oh, poison guy's the one that's grappled. Okay.
Yeah. The wand blow up guy. Oh, no. You're right. Wand blow up guy is the one who's grappled. Shield.
Yeah.
The poison guy's just. There's a whole lot of what the fuck going on right now.
Yeah, he's gonna get a spiritual mace in the back of the head.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is.
For 9 force damage.
9 times. Yeah, he is.
Probably barely standing.
Yeah.
And I'll once again say, surrender?
Question mark?
And so there's one unconscious poison guy that's running, right?
Yeah, so there's the unconscious guy who was the sort of the first out. There's poison guy who is like the morning star of Kalimvor has lowered his IQ. Wand blow up guy is fully grappled against the shield golem.
Yeah. And he got smacked in the head.
Yeah, and then the runner is
Running.
the other one left is
Okay. So the guy that's running, then I'll be like, Cornelius, I said stop him, and I'll cast chill touch on the guy that's running.
Okay. Is that
That's a natural one. It misses.
okay. A skeletal hand goes sailing past him.
Yeah.
Woo!
As I start pulling out my spear.
Okay.
Ah!
Are you going to throw your spear instead of Eldritch Blast?
Yes.
Well, shit then. Roll. Roll that beautiful spear footage.
That hits, I think.
Yeah!
I do believe that man has been spurred.
Screw this magical horse shit.
Piercing damage 6.
Why is it listing?
Because it's one-handed or two-handed.
Oh,
So
okay.
I've got the mace in the other hand. So it's if I was like jab, that would be the two-handed. So
Yeah, you also
it's
can't
one-handed.
throw a spear two-handed, so it's not how it works.
Does that make it go farther?
No. Veto.
Okay.
So it's 6
6
altogether.
piercing, 2 thunder.
Can I tell you just how much I love that when the spear connects, it goes.
What the fuck was that?
Like, is it like a thunder strike, or is it like a fart? Is it like every time it's like a little thunderous fart every time you do a
My
magic?
genie does not fart on people.
Let me see.
His name is Demood.
When
You are
he's
rude.
rude.
Hi, can I help you?
What is it?
It is a cat.
No, it's a class feature is what I'm looking for.
That's not any cat. That's an elfie.
It is.
Once during each of your turns, when you hit with an attack roll, you can do an extra 2 thunder damage. Because why wouldn't you?
There's a little spice in my life. Thunder damage.
Are you
Does that mean if I like hit something with my bare hand, it does like a little bit of thunder damage?
Theoretically.
if you wanted to and you haven't already done it that round, yeah. They call him Thunder Punch Jackson.
Seriously, that would be a really good thing, like for a monk.
Yeah, a monk lock.
Monk luck.
Are you moving to pursue? Are you continuing to pursue?
Yeah. I figure he'll be easier to identify with the spear sticking out of his back.
Yeah. That
And maybe it'll slow him down. Now, can I get to him in this round?
not this round because he moved
Okay.
this full again.
Okay.
But you're getting closer.
Okay.
Well, she's a happy
Okay.
kid. Look at that tail going.
So the nearly unconscious one.
What are you doing?
Five. We haven't had one of those. Garret, a chaos bolt comes well wide of you, and as it is approaching you, it's a warble and lightning, like a lightning flare that misses you, goes off. Yeah, more windows catch like get lit up. The one who is grappled actually breaks the grapple.
Ooh, look at that fancy man.
Yeah, like manages to push his way free. Is that
That would be his
atomic-
action, probably.
That would be his whole action. Would he still get a movement though?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna. Yeah, he manages to rest himself out, and he
What's his
turns
climbing
and-
speed?
he does not have a climbing speed, and drops to the ground. And I'm going to give him 15 feet of movement, which he takes to get the fuck away from this.
Towards me?
Can't say I blame the guy.
No, he's following his compatriot, which
Okay.
is moving away from you.
Okay.
So the speared man, as we'll call him now, fires a chaos bolt at you that misses and releases a force cloud detonation near you, but it doesn't hurt you. It's just a miss.
It sounds like those things that Jango Fett used to drop from his ship.
Yeah.
Ah! Best sound effect in Star Wars.
Have you guys watched Mandalorian yet?
I have not. I've heard this season is not terribly good.
I loved it.
Mm.
I think that it's hard to listen to Star Wars fans because they suck. I believe they are the most toxic fan base in almost anything.
I 100% agree with that.
So I pretty much just ignore them. Like
Yeah.
there's so many people that are pissed off because they're continuing the Rey Skywalker storyline in a movie now, and they didn't retcon everything. And I'm like, did you really think they were going to do that? Like, No, of course they didn't retcon everything. That would be ridiculous. But these people had their fan theories of, oh, they're going to retcon everything, and had clung to this. Oh, no, those movies aren't going to exist. They're going to fix it. No, they're not. They didn't fix the prequel. They're not going to fix this.
Yeah, this is it, babe.
What they will do is they'll put 20,000 different supplemental materials that actually kind of change things in a way that make it good, like they did for the prequels, because the prequels are garbage, but then you put Clone Wars in and it's so good.
It is 100% my favorite thing in any part of Star Wars canon is Clone Wars.
Clone Wars. Clone Wars is awesome. Rebels is awesome.
Yeah, agree.
I cannot wait for Ahsoka because it is literally Rebels Volume 2.
I binged Clone Wars after the first season of Mandalorian came out because I went, what is that thing? Why is there a black lightsaber? Is it for posters?
Oh, because Darksaber, yeah.
What is that? Why is everyone free? I'm like, everyone's like, gotta watch Clone Wars. Gotta watch Clone Wars. I'm like, there's like 6 seasons.
Yeah, but they're short episodes. Anyway, the shield golem runs to catch the guy who he grappled, and runs up the full thing in that weird like fast stop motion thing, swoosh swoosh, and like manages and like fully misses with 2 shield bashes. Reiterates, you are attempting to abscond with Horn of Plenty property. Decease and await police presence, and like it just is repeating itself.
We're here.
Yeah, I think it's a little gone. It's a little gone hooey, but at least it's not attacking us yet.
Yeah, those dice have been terribly kind to you, actually. All right, heads up. This is round 4. At the start of next round, you can expect backup.
Backup.
Okay, so Garrett, it is to you.
All right, so the poison guy is still standing, but barely, right?
Barely, yeah.
All right, well then, he didn't surrender, so thus, El Kabonk.
I kind of wish the game log would just...
Does a 13 hit him?
Barely, but it does. You just met his armor class.
Sweet. 9 points of force damage from El Kabonk.
Okay. That drops him.
Okay.
And I need you to roll just a flat d20 and roll high.
Doesn't sound like fun. No, that's a 5. Did I just kill the guy?
Nope.
All right. I guess I'm going to move with those 2 down. I will move like kind of diagonally to try and kind of cut off the other guy a little bit.
Okay. So as you do that,
Oh, yeah,
he
go
falls on his wand,
Oh dear.
snapping it and releasing into a 30-foot radius. Roll me a dex save.
Oh, sorry. Big money. No. Oh, they get 19.
Okay.
Nah.
You avoid the lightning damage, but it hits the shield golem pretty good.
Okay. So I'm going to move my 30 feet diagonally towards the runner. Not the first guy, but the second guy that the shield golem has been messing with, and I will chill touch at him.
Okay.
Ugh, that's just a 10. It doesn't hit. It was on a 14 and then went clunk.
So your chill touch misses, and then were you moving towards?
I was moving diagonally, like to kind of cut off his path, because if he's running away, I want to move diagonally towards where he's headed towards, so I can kind of cut off his path.
Well, he's there. Oh, the closer, because the runner is way too far away for you to?
No,
be able
yeah, the closer of the two.
Okay. The one who got grappled.
The one that got grappled, not the one that has a javelin sticking out of his butt.
Okay. So that's your full movement.
That is my turn.
Yeah. Cornelius.
Oh, and I will move the spiritual weapon the 20 feet closer to the guy just because we can't reach him currently, but it will be next round, theoretically, maybe, possibly.
Unless he keeps moving.
Right.
You're muted, Joe.
So what's up with my runner?
He's still running.
He's running and gunning backwards. He's trying to get the fuck out of here.
That's gotta be difficult. Yeah, explosivo.
Okay. Well, we just established their AC is 13, so exactly.
We have established that hits, bitch.
Let's roll some damage.
7's
5
not bad.
force, 2 thunder, 7.
Not
Okay,
bad.
He's looking wrecked, but he's still the healthiest of the 3. Well, he's managed to miss the most wand explosions and getting and like the one that Atomic's been bashing in the head and just like stood there getting clocked a bunch. Sorry, go ahead.
We've been running for what, 3 turns now?
Yeah.
So
about 90 feet.
Yeah. But where does that put us? Are we still in front of the bank?
No, you're down the street 90 feet.
Yeah. I mean, but I don't know how big this bank is. So maybe it's
Oh no, you've cleared the after the probably 40 feet, because you came out in the middle, so it's probably like 40 feet in both directions, to left and right of the door. So now you're down, you're still in the street, there's still buildings on either side, but you're past this bank.
okay. Well, it doesn't obviously keep running after him. How far ahead of me is he?
Actually, if you just thinking about how that triangulates, I'll let you take back that Eldritch Blast, although I don't think you need to. You could collide with him if you had an action to attack or grapple right now. You are basically closed to him at this point.
Okay. I was going to ask, do I need to take a dash?
No.
Yep. Let's take him down.
But you've used your action to cast a spell.
Okay. I'll wait next turn.
Now, if he keeps running, you're running parallel with him unless he takes his dash.
Which then you get an attack of opportunity.
Right. Because he would leave your threatened area.
In which case you could punch him or hit him with your mace and do an extra 2 points of thunder damage.
Yeah, I haven't been declaring the Mace of Warning stuff because I think it's all fairly obvious that you're in a situation.
Yes.
Hey. Yeah, I know.
The 2 that are unconscious, are they actively dying?
I haven't been rolling death saves, but I probably should be.
Okay.
No, the unconscious one, he just fell unconscious. He has plenty of hit points.
Got it.
The one who got poisoned, you took to below 0, but not like, what is it? If it's below 0, half your hit points or your full hit points, then it's on, like, you didn't take
basically, yeah.
Yeah, like it would be this turn because that just happened last turn, right?
Yeah, that just
so
happened.
It would be this turn that I would roll his first death save, yes?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So doing that, all right, well, he saves his first death save. The one who got grappled is the one you chill touched, right? Or tried to chill touch and it just missed, right, Atomic?
Yeah. The one that got grappled is the one I just tried to chill touch and missed. But he has been hit in the head once.
Yeah, he has now forgotten about the cops and fires his wand at the shield golem,
Shield golem.
and it hits. And just before it hits, the shield golem closes its shields real quick, and both of you recognize the shield spell, and it goes, and you see, what kind of damage?
I'm picturing the corporate logo is embossed on the shield spell. Plenty.
You see
Cornucopia.
that wasn't going to be what happened, but now it does. A shield spell goes up, and the fire damage like pours over it.
Cool.
And then this one with you, Cornelius.
Dun, dun, dun.
Because you're right on him, he elects to, you finally notice he actually has something else in his hand.
Uh-oh.
And that is a mace.
Warning. Yeah, I see it.
Both he takes a couple swipes at you. Both of them miss. He keeps running because 10-foot tall shield golem. Because standing still hasn't paid his compatriots well at all. So he runs, not thinking, and you do get an attack of opportunity, even though, like, in real time, you would be running with him. So I guess roll your mace.
Yeah, that is what my plan was.
Just like, could he Eldritch Blast as an?
Only if he has Warcaster.
Oh, okay.
9.
9 does not hit. It is a lot of missing with maces.
Why are these things so unwieldy? Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Dagger! I have 2-weapon fighting!
I don't know if you can do, because 2-weapon fighting is a bonus action, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
but you don't get a bonus action on a reaction.
Yeah, you can't stack up.
Oh, right. But next turn.
When I catch up to the fucker. Yeah.
I'm gonna stab him. Is that bad? Bludgeoning damage. Yeah, the cops are fine with that. Slashing, piercing. What are you doing? Why has he got 3 feet of spear sticking out of it? Josh is doing math.
Yeah, I'm doing distance math, which is the problem with theater of the mind. Math is always the problem. So so the shield golem only moved 15 feet to close with the guy. Oh, that guy's still there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he ran. The shield golem definitely catches him because the shield golem has more feet of movement. God damn it. He repeats his Ed 209 method and misses again. Okay. Joe, roll me a d20.
Okay.
It is the start of round 5.
Oh, we have reinforcements.
1.
Okay, well, the reinforcements go last.
Damn it.
That could have been worse.
I was really hoping it was something like, how many rounds until something good happens?
No. And initially they show up not in the direction towards which everyone is running. They show up where you guys at the end from which you guys all started. So they are now behind. They're going to be dash actioning for their life. Garret, that is you.
All right, can I get my so is my spiritual weapon within 20 feet of the guy that is fighting the shield golem? Or did he move further than that?
Yes, because they initially moved, because you moved it. How
I
many?
moved it 20 last round, and I moved it 20, and I'll move it 20 again this round.
So if you do that first,
Mhm.
because it was the full 30 and then 15. No, you need, if they don't move
I'd
again,
still
you
be
need
5
one
feet
more
away.
move. Yeah.
All right, so I can't
That-
catch him.
That noise startled me.
Sorry.
I don't know why, but it did.
Bad noise. My bad.
Woo!
Um,
Give me a case of the vapors. You people don't appreciate me.
I don't want to hear about your farts, dude. You and your vapors.
all right, I'm going to toll the dead on that guy.
Okay.
So he needs to make a wisdom save of 14 or better.
Such a weird spell. Like, what?
I like that spell. I like that its spell effect is you hear a doleful bell.
And it hurts.
Did you say a spell save DC of 14?
Yeah.
He just makes it.
Does that do psychic damage or thunder? Or
Necrotic, I believe.
Necrotic.
Oh, that's right.
Um, damn it. Okay. I'm going to move my 30 feet. Oh, no, actually, I just did that.
What did you just do?
I just did my action. So I did.
Well, no, isn't movement separate from action?
Yeah. But I'm just trying to. I'll move again, like kind of parallel to those guys. I don't want to get in close and engage, but I want to keep pace with him. So I'll move my 30 feet sideways, kind of, and stay parallel with him. Damn it! And I'm going to yell to the incoming guys, the backup. If I see them show up,
Yeah.
I'm going to be secure those two that are unconscious.
Okay. It is 5 uniformed constables, and 2 of them stop to secure the ones that are down. The other 3 are clearly tearing ass to try and catch up with you guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Cornelius.
How's he looking?
He's at a third of his hit points.
Explosivo. Nope. I wanted to go with the mace so I could do the double attack.
Okay.
Hey, 22. 6 bludgeoning, 2 thunder.
Yeah, that's just Like you clunk him on the head. Good. Actually, hold on, because he's running. All right. Have you ever been running in a direction and gotten hit from behind or pushed while you're running and you're like,
Yeah.
lose it? Like he manages to keep his feet, but
Beating on his back. Give
yeah.
up. Give up.
All right, roll your and since it's offhand, I don't think you get your
You do not get your proficiency.
yeah.
So is it's just a straight 20?
Yeah.
8. So no.
Nope.
Okay.
He is fucked up. He's bleeding from the back of the head. He's a complete mess.
So I probably shouldn't stab him. Well, that's my turn.
You
And
didn't stab him, so.
I'm running alongside him, and we're both doing. Yeah, just.
Oh, I'm sorry. You do add your proficiency. You don't add your ability modifier.
Well, so what would that have been? 10
10.
or 11?
10.
That's still not enough. Okay. This running mace fight is hilarious. Okay. Oh man. Okay.
That's funny. You don't add your ability modifier unless it's a negative, in which case you do subtract.
Oh wow.
Okay, he's unconscious. He's down.
Who is?
The one that atomic brain, the ones who you already know are down.
Okay.
He's just running through initiative. He's out. He's out.
I thought my runner went down.
No, I think he's still barley standing. Barley.
Yes. Okay.
I don't know if that was a good for us or bad for us. Yes.
Sorry, I'm having my own game over here. Oh.
I think Thembershot just ate his dice.
Yeah, only I'm running the
Field gun.
Dragonlance dice, so it's the Knight of the Rose. Just
Mhm.
ooh, what was it? 5. It was so just to narrate that, the formerly grappled guy comes up and just natural 20s, a chaos bolt right into the golem's chest, and just barely in time he closes those shields again. I rolled the recharge on the spell on the shield reaction.
Oh, okay.
And I'm because it was a natural 20, it just goes just this glowing ball of this like glowing orb of lightning surrounds it, and you can see it does take some of the damage, just because that's cool narratively.
Just because that's cool narratively.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
Well, it was a natural 20. The shield spell puts the golem's armor class up to 21. So it does technically defeat it, but visually, how cool is that? The shield golem closes down, lightning, and then Ed 209 of Haven City opens back up and goes, not done yet.
Technically, a natural 20 is an automatic hit, regardless of the.
Yeah, that's why I had to continue to do the damage. I just think it looks cool.
I appreciate it.
And then, God, the runner with you, Cornelius, is just. And have you taken any damage, Cornelius? Oh, yeah, you have. Okay.
Oh, I got poisoned.
Yeah.
I don't feel good.
Are you hurt bad or are you okay?
I'm a little above half.
Okay. You're fine.
I don't feel fine.
You look fine.
I've been poisoned.
Quit your bitching.
Do I look pale? Am I sweaty?
I was less than half and I had to heal myself.
Uphill both ways in the snow.
That's right.
I gotta use the bathroom. Can we hurry this fight up?
Joe, you get it. Cornelius gets hit back with a mace for 6 points of bludgeoning.
And then he beat himself.
You son of a bitch. Yeah, that hurt.
All right, fine. I'll fucking heal you.
And okay. Formerly grappled guy finally gets shield bashed again. And he wasn't looking great. He's looking very terrible. Cops are running. And it's Garrett's turn. Also of note, when it fired that, when the bank robber who fired that badass chaos bolt lightning ball did not move on his turn.
Mhm.
So your floating mace of holy doom should catch up to him this turn.
Oh, well then yes, I will move that and smackety whackety.
Neckety and a wackety.
Damn right. That is a 20.
Oh yeah. Just don't roll garbage time damage.
10 damage.
He goes down.
All right, so that was my bonus action. So 3 of them are down, and then there's and how far away from me is ye old Cornelius?
Like 90.
Yeah.
120.
They're like 90 feet away from you because they've been full movement, not dash, but they've been full movement for a while.
Looking at the shield guardian.
Yeah.
Now that as that guy drops, does it have any sort of reaction? Like, does it look like it's going to come after me, or
Like, is it giving off that kill all humans vibe?
right? Yeah.
Can
I like insight check it or anything?
Yeah, you
I had a 23 on my insight.
okay. It's really easy to see. This thing is that initial. It's been taking a lot of spell damage, but that initial exploded wand kind of jacked it up a little. It's bashed this guy, and then you drop it, and it's glitching, and it's like looking at the situation, and you can see it's trying to make a decision.
Okay.
But with that 23 inside, I'm also going to tell you it should have I really feel like you should have recognized me as police presence by now.
Yeah, no, I agree. So something's wrong, but I'm going to hold off on doing anything yet. So I'm going to move the 30 feet closer to Cornelius. So if I'm within 60 feet of him, right?
Until they move again, but yes.
But right now I'm within 60 of him.
Yes.
Then I will cast Healing Word for 7 points of healing for you.
Oh. I suddenly feel better.
I will say reinvigorate.
I mean, it made the mace injury go away. I still feel kind of sick, though. Oh, I gotta poop. Oh, I gotta poop. Oh.
Weirdo.
And that is my turn.
Okay. Mr. Dratch.
Thorium. Thunderclap. He has to make a Constitution save.
What's the spell DC?
13.
No.
Nice. So only 3 thunder damage.
Well, he had 2 hit points left. Oh,
I don't get the extra thunder damage on my thunder attack.
that's hilarious, actually.
Did you say he only had 2 left?
Yeah.
Nice. I took him off his feet. Or
Okay,
not,
what are
I don't
you?
know.
Okay, what are you going to?
I'm gonna do the little dance. Woo! I win. Sure. Anybody else? Anybody
There's
else
the
want
shield.
some?
There's the shield golem, the shield guardian, and then the other cops that are running.
How's the shield guardian look?
Are you asking because you might want to use your movement?
Curious. I'm standing over my guy at the moment. I just want to see what's going on. I would like to investigate.
So once you drop that guy, the shield guardian like looks up at that and then looks to you, to Garret, to the cops, to you, to Garret, to the cops, and goes, "Police presence has arrived. Returning to station."
We're all like,
And
okay.
its grappling arms go, and its shields close over it, and it returns to its pedestal. And as it's you're muted, Joe. You're muted, Joe. Can he not hear that he's muted?
He's probably couldn't hear because he was talking.
Oh no, sorry. I said I just wanted to lock eyes with Garret for a moment and give him the look like, okay, that almost happened, right?
It goes back to pedestal and it goes, contacting human assistance. I require repairs.
No shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, who's this guy?
And we exit initiative.
All right.
I want to make
I'm
sure
gonna go
that
in the bank and use their bathroom.
Way to commit to the bit, Joe.
I'm poisoned.
Are you poisoned, or did you just take poison damage?
I took poison damage.
You're not actually poisoned.
I feel bad. I feel sick. I don't like this.
I need a
I might
long
cast
rest
quit
and a
whining on
sandwich.
him.
Yeah, just I need a long rest and a sandwich.
You can have a short rest and a snack. That's
Yeah.
best for you.
Exactly. You whiny baby.
You're the worst partner ever.
And we're like, did you manage to catch him? He was running so fast. I took down 3 of them.
It was a brisk walk, and I threw a spear at him, and many eldritch blasts.
And then I thundered his ass. Did you see him leave the ground?
I didn't. I was too busy taking out the 3 over here.
And then healing myself, and then healing you.
That's right.
You look like you had some help there with your giant robot friend.
I don't know if it was so much of a help. Maybe at best a distraction.
I saw him bear hug that one guy. I don't know what happened after
I
that.
beat him about the head and neck.
You sure it wasn't the robot? I mean, I'm writing my report, and I just want to make sure I got the facts right.
You know, you write your report from way over there, and I'll tell you what happened over here.
Okay.
Mr. I gotta poop.
Chaos bolted me with poison.
Your new nickname, your Delta Tau Chi name is Poopnelius. Okay. So SOP is
And then he went and destroyed the bathroom in the bank. Nobody knows what happened to it. We think it was cursed.
It's a chaos bolt from his ass. Plus 2 thunder damage.
this is like the culmination of the poison damage and the problems Cornelius has been having since the drunk chicken.
Don't talk to me about the dirt chicken.
Okay, so SOP is you're getting a short rest because you both have to go back to the office and write your reports.
Woohoo! What's that?
Just slowing down our investigation.
Yeah.
Uh,
And you can spend. You both know how to spend hit dice if you need to recover. But
yeah.
I'm not going to. I'm only down 1 hit point, so I'm just not gonna.
Does
I'm
a
down
short
a
rest
dozen.
does a short rest do anything for you as a cleric, Thomas?
I think it refreshes my
It did
spell
not roll.
divinities, but I didn't use them, so
It did not roll my dice.
No, you got to do a thing a certain way. It's so annoying. I don't like how they do it. You should be able to just tick the boxes, tell it how many you're using, click save rest or
All
short
right.
rest.
Here's 0. That's 9 plus 2 or 4.
It's your con bonus.
Where's my con? 1.
It's +1.
Okay, so 11. All right.
Okay.
Oh, I'm down 1 hit point. I'm just like,
I think
I still feel a little gassy.
both of you are down 1 hit point.
Mhm.
But Cornelius
didn't-
has spells
I didn't
back.
use I didn't use any channel divinity, so that's what I get back on a short rest is my channel divinity, but I didn't use it.
Gotcha.
And I get nothing else back.
I have to remember that I have touch of death. I always forget that I have that.
You get your spell slots back.
Do I?
Yeah,
Yes,
short
you're a
rest.
warlock.
My first warlock.
The short rest is the favorite of a warlock.
What is touch of death?
I do an extra 13 damage on a melee attack just by channeling the divinity.
Oh, nice.
Jesus. And die.
13 extra necrotic damage. So I can just be like, I hit you, and then I necrotic channel divinity, 13 extra damage in there.
Okay.
And that goes up. It's 5 plus class level times 2. So at 5th level, it becomes 15 points of additional necrotic damage, and so on and so forth.
So that's nice.
Both of you roll long procedure with advantage, please.
Woohoo! 24.
I like how the Thundershot dice like melt in a pool of lava.
Yeah, but then it obscures like half my screen because I got it so big.
Because they're giant.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm right back.
Okay. I want to go get these dice.
I was quite shocked when suddenly there was a dragon attacking.
Are they were they a subscriber deal?
I think so.
What are you laughing at?
Thundershot.
This Pop Thundershot.
Oh.
He is a chunky dragon.
He is a junkie. He's the junkiest dragon.
As if my cat was a
Chunkosaurus.
dragon.
Oh, ow. Ow.
What happened?
I laughed too.
Laughed.
Hurt my rib.
Oh man.
Yeah. I didn't think I'd
Smash
be
and Smash MRB broken.
I got to get back to my smashiness. Back when people truly feared me. I miss that.
And cue the gym montage. Okay.
Montage.
What we Yeah. Okay. So the report writing. This report could be really complicated and messy, but since you both rolled so well on law and procedure, it only takes you about an hour and a half. The problem with that is that the bank you were heading to in Bankersboro, because remember, we were in late afternoon when this all started, that means that bank is going to be closed by the time you get there. So it's going to delay you a day.
What, they went home?
The bankers at the bank you weren't defending from a robbery? Yes.
We avenged their robbery.
Yeah, that's fair.
We got the guys on the stoop.
We know what they stole? Anything of interest?
Oh yeah, like thousands of gold worth of platinum and stuff. It was a bank robbery.
All right.
Bank stuff. And this ancient treasure map.
They also those chaos bolt wands did some damage to bank security inside, meaning like they're not just being charged with bank robbery, they're going to be charged with attempted murder on a few people as well.
So
What a bunch of dick bags.
are there just chaos bolt wands on the streets we need to worry about now, or
Yeah, is that a thing? Or
No, those were incredibly illegal and highly unstable because just snapping a wand shouldn't cause it to blow up. So like they're like, we know you're in the middle of a case right now, but tracking down where the shit those wands came from. And so when that all got collected into evidence, like there's an alchemist who's on that now, examining them and trying to figure out where they might have been made. So not to hand you another case in the middle of a case, but
this is
Kinda
weird, right? Like
Yeah.
two guys in the same gang.
yeah, somebody clearly like, hey, I got a line on some magic chaos bolt wands and we could rob one of those unrobbable banks.
maybe.
What are the odds that they'll explode?
Yeah.
Turns
that-
out pretty good.
Turns out 5%.
Turns out if you
Sounds
break
like a
them,
lot.
turns out if you snap them with all of their charges in them, that percentage goes way up. Well, not all their charges, but with many of their charges in them, that percentage goes way up.
Yeah, both wands explode.
Yeah,
did.
2 of them.
Were there more?
Well, each one of them had wand.
Each one of them had one.
All 4 of them?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought only 2 of them had it.
No. Chaos bolt wands for all my people.
You get a wand.
And you get an unstable wand. And you get an unstable wand. Great. Now we've got a burgeoning black market wand, underground wand black market. Also, that they didn't know about the 10-foot tall shield golem guarding the bank.
Yeah, they hadn't done their homework on that one, I think.
Got us by surprise. I'm kind of looking at all the banks around now. Like,
So as you do that, you're like, yeah, there's a lot of statues just hanging out in Bankersboro. Like, I wonder how many of them are actually constructs.
Well, now I just assume they all are.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Okay.
it's a construct or a mimic, one way or the other.
Yeah.
Everything is bad. Okay.
Oh, nice. Okay. One of the researchers, what are you? You were making a face.
because he just rolled 90 on something.
You know what? Because sometimes I just click on one of your character sheets to roll dice. I don't mean to do that. I thought I was still on an NPC, but apparently I clicked on Garret.
I'm like, why'd you roll?
Yeah. Because
I
I
didn't
wasn't
even notice.
Testing his percentile.
because I wasn't paying attention to where I was rolling, and since I'm not at home, I don't have physical dice to do it with, so I have to use the D&D Beyond dice. But we're now all on the Thumbershot dice. In any case, one of the research assistants comes down to you guys and goes, hilarious. It's a young gnome cadet who's clearly with the research assistants, and comes up and goes, "Hey, I know you guys. Nobody asked me to do this, but well, you guys didn't ask me to. But one of the detectives who you inherited this case from, one of your Vics, the dwarf, Gilther Benarson, he actually had a he's had a couple of complaints filed against him for sexual assault. And those appear to, like, they're kind of, I don't know if they're cold cases or like it got settled, in the courts or something. But because the Cabaret Killer case, we think it might be all connected. I went and looked at your Gim Ranks Vic at the Goblin, and
Yeah.
he's got some of them too. But they have complaints filed. They have arrests, or not arrests, but they were brought in, but they seem to stop there. Like, they're never fully arrested. They're never fully charged.
What about our lawyer?
I'm still looking on him. But I'll get back to you. He goes, "Oh, the other interesting thing is the inspector who handled both of those, or all these. His name is Keth Mordag. He just got transferred to Constable Command South, but yeah,
So one guy was the common denominator on all of these.
yeah,
Interesting. Okay.
yeah. He's
We'll get the names of the Vics. And
What was her name? Kath Mordag?
I'll put it in the chat. Keth. Yeah. Yeah, Inspector Sergeant Keth Mordag. Not somebody you know.
but he was on all of the cases that these guys had. Interesting.
Yeah.
I want to ask around, see if anyone knows this cop. Like, what's his reputation?
Okay, you ask around. Oh, well, this is going to hopefully be good for you. Just roll me 3 flat charisma checks.
I'll let you do that. Guidance. Add a D4.
Oh.
He gets to do that to one of them or all of them?
Technically, if it's 3 different people, it would be, I could do it all 3 times, but
Okay.
that's kind of your call.
Well, that was a 5.
Plus, whatever. Add a D4 to each one. Not
would
that
would a 9 get me anything?
it would irritate the shit out of the person you asking less. It's damage control at that point.
Well, I did get a 4, so okay. All right, second roll.
Oh, good.
Dirty 20 plus a D4.
Mhm.
Plus 1. So 21.
And then roll the third one.
Third roll. 12
Plus.
plus 4. So 16.
Nice. 16. All right. So the first person you ask is like another sergeant around here. And they're like, their answer is, I don't know. Why are you investigating other cops? Handle your case. These Vics. Unless you're going to accuse your fellow sergeant.
I just want to know who. No.
Yeah. And that first one kind of brushes you off. The second one goes, well, here's the thing. You know, he just transferred. He was one of the voluntary transfers to Constable Command South. Sergeant Keth, Sergeant Mordag, rather, is, I think he's a good cop. He gets a lot of really difficult cases with really wealthy people. And I think really wealthy, powerful people. And I think he does the best he can. I think he moved to Command South because he's tired of working on this side of the river. His collar rate wasn't great, but like when you're investigating the rich and the powerful, it's hard to bring it home.
Interesting.
And then the third person says, I think he's okay. I think, you know, I've never had any problems with him, but like, I don't know if you're around that many wealthy people for that long a time, you think you could figure out ways to work around all that power and money, but maybe not.
Yeah, must be tough.
Yeah. And they say the same thing. I think he got tired of working with, I think he got tired of having to be around all those Artificer Valley types and wanted to get back to, you know, cop work where he doesn't have to be worried about being sued all the time or being threatened to be sued all the time.
All right.
It doesn't sound like he's a dirty cop. More of a stuck between a rock and a hard place kind of thing.
He'd been more successful if he was dirty.
Well, he'd have been more wealthy if he was dirty, but not necessarily more successful in putting.
He wouldn't have transferred.
Well, that's
Right.
true. Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I got you. So give me a sec because I'm putting in the chat the accusers.
Stop eating cookies. Even though they're sugar free, shouldn't eat, you know, all of them. I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
Oh. Well, yeah, the thing about sugar-free stuff is it can like screw your.
Oh, I've discovered some that I just can't buy anymore.
Sugar-free mix for the pooping.
Put simply, yes.
The drizzling pits. You're welcome. Excuse me, sorry.
So Monday's my first day as a full-time employee again.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
They finally decided to hire me back in spite of me quitting on them in the first place. And not being a great employee to start with.
And this big orange boy is Homer.
Oh,
Where are you? Oh, he left.
He wandered around you. He's still back there somewhere.
That was the cat that from Dallas to Lancaster sang the song of his people all day, every day in the U-Haul.
Yep, they do that.
mm-hmm.
It is the
Mowgli sang
worst
himself
thing.
hoarse, going to and coming from San Francisco.
Yeah, the hardest thing I think I've ever done, hardest drives I've ever had are with trying to move the cats. Having 4 cats in the car, all crying horribly and very upset.
Yep.
Yeah, from Cypress to Walnut, I did that by myself. The 4 cats in the car.
Well,
And that sucked the worst. And then moving from Walnut to here in Rancho, Carolyn drove, and I sat with Cat on my lap in carrier, and the other 3 in their carrier, so I could kind of like love them a little bit. And that was horrible, but not as bad as the first time when all 4 of them were very upset.
oh, I've told you about Mowgli's full-on conniption.
I believe so.
He broke out of his carrier.
Yes, and injured himself too, didn't he?
Yeah, he cut up his nose, tearing his way out of it, and then hid under the seat and soiled himself. And this was before we got to Long Beach.
I mean, yeah, checks out.
On the way from, sorry, go ahead.
Going from Garden Grove to San Francisco, actually from Costa Mesa, because we spent the night at Sean and Aaron's. And I didn't know anything had happened till almost Magic Mountain, because Sean turned my phone off.
Oh, you were in a different car.
Yeah.
Why did Sean turn your phone off?
Because he'd never seen a cell phone before, and I was like, oh yeah, it does all sorts of neat stuff. And he's playing with it, and apparently turned it off and set it down. And like half an hour, 45 minutes later, I'm like, I haven't heard from Miley in a while. I'm like, why is my phone off? Turn it back on, like 20 missed calls. I'm like, oh, fuck.
Noise bueno.
Just like, you moron. I just turned my phone off. I didn't know.
I didn't know.
Yeah, but you knew that the screen wasn't coming on anymore, right? And you didn't think to tell me?
No, this is the guy who like refused to ever get a cell phone till the day he died. So,
So with all the travel fuckery I had to deal with just getting out to Dallas because I could not get to Little Rock because of flight fuckery. So I ended up like hanging out in a hotel because the flight from Little Rock or the drive from Little Rock to Dallas is about 5 hours. On the way, so she talked to the vet and she gave them both gabapentin. Ripley, my cat, loved gabapentin and was a good travel kitty.
that's a GABA with a B.
Like Yo Gabba Gabba.
No, gabapentin, GABAPENTIN.
Yeah.
I take that at night.
Yeah, Samantha takes it for nerve damage in her arm. You can give it to cats as well, apparently.
I know that.
Homer projectile vomited onto Samantha, so they had to pull over to clean up everything, and then they got back in the car.
How can I explain to you how upset I am?
And then within
I
think that covers it.
and covers you.
Oh no, because his closing statement was within an hour of that being cleaned up, he shit the carrier.
Oh my God. I appear to still be in this situation. I've not made myself clear yet.
After that, the next 4 days, he was just like, and now my Klingon opera.
Oh, poor Homer. Why are
Okay.
you driving so far to kill me? Just do it here. Get it over with.
So, Gilter's accuser, I put her name in the chat. Her name is Indira Patel, and she is in finance. Gimranks' accuser is a goblin named Argita Rokeg, and she's a lawyer.
Do we know where any of these folks work?
She says, yeah, Trina, the gnome, excuse me, research assistant says, no, but if you want me, I will see if I can track it down.
I'm just having a feeling that they may work at places that we have just been in dealing with.
Yeah.
But good thing we're going to the finance place. I bet you that chick worked at Nash too far back in Oil Rick. And I wouldn't be surprised if the lawyer worked at Wextrock.
Now, part of me wants this to be about the technology, that it's like industrial espionage, and that's why these guys are getting knocked off. But could it be as simple as they're just douchebags who needed to die?
Oh, I think it might be some sort of conglomeration of the two. They are douchebags that needed to die, so somebody used the technology to die them, to dead them. Or what is it they say on TikTok now? To unalive them.
Yeah, to unalive them.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Well, it's because TikTok's algorithm, if you use the word kill, murder, blah, 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 it will take your video down.
No, I know. It's just stupid.
Well,
people adapt.
I was going to say, to me, the thing is like, if you're TikTok and you really care about people discussing those things, then you teach the AI to understand the word unalive and you start taking that down, but they don't.
Mm-mm.
So it's very like, there's a whole like get around the take down my video criteria of words on TikTok that are just to get around the.
Yeah, it took a while to get to. Am I this old?
Also, yes.
I just don't know what the kids are saying anymore. I never really, even when I was that age, knew what the kids were saying.
He was born 40. Yeah.
You know how at this age you think all kids are stupid? I felt that way when I was that age. God, we're all stupid.
What is it Tommy Lee Jones says in Men in Black? A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, and
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
the amount of stupid is equivalent to the amount of people in one place at a time.
Yeah, it's directly proportional. All right. So you've had your like sort of full day. You're finishing up your reports. The research assistant brings you this news. You go and ask around about Sergeant Mordag. Do you want to move to the next morning, or do you have other stuff you want to do today? You could have the switchboard call down to Command South and see if Sergeant Mordag's available if you wanted to talk to him.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
And in the meantime, we're going to have that one of the researchers see if we can get last knowns on Indria Patel and Agita Rokeg.
Okay.
Oh, and some coffee. Great.
Yeah.
I felt a little sick earlier.
As you were walking around asking people, well, like you're at the at your guys' desks, Garrett. You're at your guys' desks, and he's walking around like sort of talking to people, and your training sergeant, the dwarf Morgan Fallengrim, he goes, he comes up with like the big fit into the industrial bathroom thing of toilet paper. He goes, here for your partner. I heard he was having trouble after his fight. And you come back to a giant roll of toilet paper on the desk.
Word travels fast.
Fucking chaos bolt. Could have been cold. No. Could have put a sweater on.
Could have.
I see another one of those wands. Kill the man holding it.
I see a red sash. I kill a man.
There's a racehorse in the corner of my living room.
We get those.
A racehorse?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's Ripley waits until it's almost bedtime to do that.
I'm not sure who it is because I can't see them from here, but I definitely heard them, and they haven't made their way away from the box yet. So I expect that in any moment now I'm going to see the face of a cat.
You call down to Command South, and Sergeant Mordag is not in the office, or he's basically clocked out for the day. He'll be back in tomorrow.
Okay.
There's that. The research assistant is going to be working on your thing. Was there? So you were calling Mordag, and then she was trying to track down both Baraka Durant to see if this fits the pattern, and then trying to track down the accuser. So that's going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah, I think we'll probably just call it a day.
No.
And get on this first thing. I don't know what else we can do.
Yeah. Okay. So give yourselves both a long rest.
Get that hit point back.
Did you use up any spell slots, Garret?
Oh yeah, I used a bunch.
Okay. Well, you cast Chill Touch a bit. Okay.
I used Cure Wounds at second level. I used
Healing Word,
Spiritual Weapon.
Yeah.
So I had used 2 second levels and 2 first levels.
Gotcha. Okay. So
But I can take a long rest.
it's the next morning. You have a couple things to do. You're in the office.
I haven't looked at my character in a while. I'm like, oh look, Lance of Lethargy. I could have slowed him down 10 feet per turn.
Oh yeah, that would have actually helped quite a bit.
Yeah.
Is that a magic item you have?
No, it's an Eldritch Invocation. It modifies Eldritch Blast.
Oh, gotcha.
Just haven't looked at this character in a month.
Well, it's like I had forgotten about my death touch.
Okay, Trina, the research assistant, must have been here because you get here first thing in the morning. At the actually, while you're in sort of like morning announcements, you hear about the kidnap case going on in the South that Inspectors Mariciondi and Sanderman are working on. They're sort of keeping that close to the vest, but what is she called? The prosecutor, the DA, basically. The Haven City prosecutor, Temerity Vorlance, who is a very well-known, well-respected tiefling, has gotten involved, and that the people who've been temporarily moved to the areas where an increased presence is needed are going to continue there. You guys get asked, like, hey, just in general terms, what's going on in your case? Is the connected killer idea holding up?
It seems that way. There's definitely connections between these folks.
Yeah, we're about 2/3 there.
All right. We probably don't have to say this to you. This is Lieutenant Yvelda, who I'm not going to do the Russian accent for right now. So, but if you can, let's try and keep whatever's going on in the case out of the papers. Good. Let us know if you need anything. And hey, well done on that bank robbery yesterday. And
Well, the robot did most of the work.
And Lieutenant Ubaldo looks at you and goes, Inspector Dratch, we heard about how hard yesterday was for you, so we all chipped in. And from under her podium, it's like a gallon thing of milk of magnesia, and she's like, "We're all pulling for you here at the station, Dratch."
Now, the toilet paper felt heartfelt. This
Is it hurtful?
this
That's a little hurtful.
this hurts a little.
She looks at you like with a dead Russian stare, even though she's an orc, I think, or a half orc, and goes, "I have no idea what you're talking about. This is for you. This is your fellow inspector showing you how much they care."
Oh, I know exactly how much they care.
Is it you, my little gray racehorse? Yeah. Hi. Seffi is on the table doing Seffi things.
Ah, it's so bright out. I was out in the sun today. Ugh. Went to Moon Park.
We saw you on the moon.
I walked on the moon.
Oh yeah, where is that?
It's in Costa Mesa, like tucked back in there. Like it's under the 405, pretty much.
Wow.
Like we walked under there's a tunnel for the bike trail that goes under there, and we walked down it. Miley's like, "Well, this is terrifying," and I'm like, "Oh, look, they put lights in. There never used to be lights in this tunnel."
Good.
It was just dark and spooky. It was daytime and there were lights in there. I'm like, wow.
Oh, meaning they were on?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it didn't look like you were in a tunnel in that picture.
No, that tunnel was later.
Okay. All right. When you get out of morning debrief, there's a note from the research assistant, and it says, "Hey, couldn't find LKAs for these two, but Indira Patel worked at Nashtooth, Harbeck, and Ulrich, and our Gita Rokeg worked at PEM Legal."
Oh, she worked at the big one.
Yeah.
Interesting. She wasn't none of these peons at Wexler.
Where does Patel work?
Nashtooth,
Works at
Harbeck,
Nashtooth, the place we're headed today. The VC that we were going to go visit.
Yeah.
Now, Gilther was the one that also worked there?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he was the dwarf who was found staged. Remember, he was stabbed and he had force damage as well, I believe. I'll have to look in the document I created so I don't have to remember this. Yeah, blunt force trauma to the chest and abdomen. And what you guys think you figured out is that was probably force damage instead of blunt force, but he was under so much heavy winter clothes that it was hard to tell. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay. You also have a note from the switchboard that says Sergeant Mordag of Command South will be in his office until lunchtime. Heard. So you got options on what you want to do.
What is closest?
It's a good question. I think because Bankersboro is on this side of the river, it's probably closest to do that.
So for some reason, I was picturing Mordag being like in the building, and I'm like, well, obviously he's closer. Like, no, he's at a different station.
He's in the new inspector headquarters in south of the river.
Dame Edna died.
Oh, that sucks.
89 years old. That's pretty good.
Oh well, she had a good run.
I need to step away for just a sec 'cause I need to take the food out for my piggins.
Okay.
Pig.
I would like
So
food
I'll be right back.
besides cookies. I'm gonna
Besides sugar-free, what will become poop cookies.
shush. Don't like poop talk.
That's a whole side of TikTok nobody likes.
Super good. How's it going?
The dice told the story in there. I don't know what the big robbery in the story was. They're not gonna They were real. Oh, that's not functioning correctly at all. Keeps telling them this stop and wait for police presence. We're right here. Fight us. Oh no.
That's why we were in the big mall. So I got to walk around said big mall. And then I went to the Target in Palmville. It's up there. Because I wanted to get an iron and
Oh, right for the sheriff.
you know me well. I went to get an iron and parchment paper for said sheriff.
What's the first one? Put it over the past. They saw Ripley, they go.
Address.
You said food, so we all went to go get some.
Understood.
Call you around.
Well, now, right, she wants to do something. All of me there, like, oh. Tomic, I was gonna ask how's the World Anvil going? Because you had like just got it on sale the last time we played, and you were putting stuff into it.
I have put so much shit in there. It's pretty cool. You know what? I'm going to send you the link so you can check it out. You can check out my world.
Okay. Are you you like using it?
Yeah, I like it. I think they're trying to be a little bit more than they need to be to some extent. But it's good. Like I don't need them to run my game. I put one in the chat there. You should be able to click on it and see at least stuff that I've filled in. Between World Anvil and ChatGPT and doing that, I've been able to like fill in all kinds of like little bits and pieces and stuff. I've got a lot more that I can do and will do, but it's a start. Hello.
That's really cool. I need to book. I'm gonna bookmark this.
We gone.
Okay.
I was showing him the world anvil of Valorian.
That's our current world.
That is the current world, yes. For the scales of famine.
I had a beautiful moment in Atomic's game last weekend where instead of wading into the fight with the fighters, I just went, you know what? I'm gonna hang back here. And I read the components for the spell I wanted, and it was just perfect. And it was, all right, I pull out a licorice root, I take a bite, I point at our lion man commander, and I go, Festinare, which is Latin for haste. And he proceeded to kick serious ass with that haste.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I made a good choice. Yes.
Suddenly he was able to fly. Oh, he had flight cast on him by himself, I think.
Yeah,
he
he
cast
can't-
flight on himself.
I practically flipped a coin in my head. Do I want flight or haste? I'm like, oh, fly is a touch spell, so yeah.
Yeah,
And
so
then he
so
just-
Scar, the Leonin commander of the Scales of Famine, suddenly was like, oh, I get an extra action. Oh, and I can Divine Smite, and I can do all my little things. And then he casts Fly on himself because he is a paladin bard and has a musical instrument of power that gives him spell slots of like flight, and it's one of the things that they
quite ridiculous.
well, that liar or whatever it is that he is
Mhm.
one of the things we rolled at the start of the campaign on the random tables.
Yeah, I remember.
This is another player, right?
Yeah.
I think purple is caramel, Joe.
No, it's plain M&Ms. We're just supporting women.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know what all the purple have to do with.
But M&Ms?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, it was purple. Yeah. Anyway,
But sure. I support women.
I'm watching you trail mix alchemy.
That is a good way to describe that.
Okay. You head over to Wexrock and Wexrock and Belfier, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no, you've been to Wexrock and Belfier. You're heading to Nashtooth, Harbeck, and Ulrich.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, yeah, that's the bank, the finance.
How could you confuse those two?
Yeah.
Right.
Last game you went. I love how you just roll that off your tongue like that's a normal place, Josh.
You've been practicing that, haven't you?
Well, no, I wrote it, so it's just like, oh yeah, that I knew what I meant when I wrote it. Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense.
What's that like?
I to paraphrase 13th Warrior, I can draw sounds and I can speak them back as well. You get there. It's a lots of mahogany, lots of dark burgundy leather, like the green lamps. Everyone's bougie and fancy dressed up, and yeah, it's back in that going back into Bankersboro, looking at all these statues. All these are fucking constructs. I clock you, fucking Bankersboro. I got you. You get there. There's like a not like a. There is a very goblin receptionist looks up and clocks the inspectors and go, good morning, inspectors. How can I help you?
Good morrow. Sorry.
That's okay. It's unusually chipper for Garrett, but okay.
I was thinking, was it Robin Hood Men in Tights?
Yeah.
Good morrow, Abbott. Good morrow. Good morrow, Abbott. Good morrow. Hey, Abbott! I hate that guy. You're the charismatic one, man. Why am I doing the
Man,
talking?
I'm fucking high as a kite.
I have a feeling the notes are going to be less thorough in this game.
Yeah, it'll just be like, after, I guess it's morning.
Yeah.
Morning. We need to speak with someone regarding former employees, Gilther Bnarson.
Yes. Ah, yes.
Yes, Mr. Barnfartson.
You are so high right now.
Don't
I
look
ran-
monkey.
I ran out of muscle relaxers.
He's a monkey. He's a stoned little monkey.
So this is what I have.
Fair enough. Ah, yes. Well, I will take you to the head of the division who used to be Mr. Benarson's supervisor. I will just go and make sure that he is available. Can I get you anything? Coffee, tea, pastry?
No, thank you.
Joe, you muted yourself again.
How do I keep doing that?
Oh, no, now you're fine. But you said, I saw you say no thank you, and but I couldn't hear you. So he goes back and then brings back what is a late middle-aged looking goblin who comes up and introduces himself and says, good morning, inspectors. My name is Von Arg Ulrich, and won't you join me? Come back to my office with me. Won't you, please? We're very, and as they're walking past you, see, it's a lot of not cubicles. Like this is, there's an open workspace that has some younger people at it, but everybody on the walls has offices with windows, etc. And it's very stuffy. It's very formal, but also high energy at the same time. So everybody's not positive, just high energy. Like a lot of money, a lot of things at stake. Yeah. So yeah, you go into his office, sit in these high-backed wingback chairs. He gets up on what looks like he ascends a small thing of steps onto his chair so that when we're all sitting, he's eye level with you, even though he's a goblin. It's like, well, I'd be happy to cooperate and let you know we were just visited by some of your fellows a few days ago. So what can I help you with?
We just had some questions regarding Mr.
Benarson.
Larson and his previous employee here.
Sure.
What was the? I'm sorry, it's
I'm
the
going through all
Adira
my notes
Patel
right
worked
now.
here too.
You're
I know,
asking,
but I will mention. Is there still is Adira Patel still within the company, or has she been? She moved on.
Miss Patel has moved on after a settlement with the firm.
Settlement with the firm.
Yes.
Interesting.
Well, we pretty much knew about that.
Well, no, we didn't. We knew
Oh.
that she had accused Gilther of something, but the firm settled, which means he either did it on company property or they were backing him. Like, it's not just as simple as he assaulted her. He assaulted her like at work. So that's something.
I'm gonna ask one of you to burn a charge on your badges, which also should have been, they reset at the dawn. So make sure. Just we're gonna call that mental sending back and forth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's under our spells.
No, the badge itself should be in your inventory,
Yeah.
and then yeah, it's in your inventory, and just take the charges back up.
I got it.
Okay.
I'm at 11 charges now.
Okay.
Okay.
Joe, you should move yours back up to 12.
Yeah, gotta bind it first.
So-
Where the fuck did I put this thing?
Inventory, and then it's your second thing.
Oh, okay.
Like, you can burn the charges in spells, but putting them back is in inventory. He says, well, so I think he's answered the question, the most direct question you put back to him, and then you guys had your cop.
Yeah. So just kind of ask, like, what can you tell us about Gilther and his time here? Did he have any enemies other than obviously Miss Patel?
I wouldn't say that Miss Patel was his enemy. I would say that Miss Patel look, Gilther Benarson came to us with a reputation for having a brilliant financial mind and poor behavior. He was put on a discipline plan for his first 6 months. He worked here 3 years before his death, and everything was fine. And then when his plan duration was up, complaints started.
I see.
Mr. Benarson was very gifted in finance and investment, which is why we put up with it for as long as we did. His last 6 months, he was on probation again because of the situation with Miss Patel. We offered Miss Patel she could take a smaller settlement and stay employed here with us, and we offered to move her to a different office or a different division, or she could take a larger settlement. We wanted to do right by her. Unfortunately, she decided to part with us. This is not solely my decision, although I understood it and ultimately I agreed with it. But she decided to take the larger settlement. That was after things had gotten so bad that she went to your office, I believe. So I think that we should have taken some of the complaints more seriously, and I feel like we've learned from that as a company, as an organization. But as the head of the division in which Mr. Benarson worked, well, let me say I'm not terribly shocked at how he met his end. His quarterly earnings will be difficult to replace, though.
Sure. Are you familiar at all with a person named Gim Ranks?
A person named Gim Ranks? Can you give me some? I may have, if it was one
He was a goblin friend of Gilther's.
I don't think so off the top of my head. Do you know if he had business connected with the firm?
I believe it is potential that he did. He was a employee at Shadowskip Innovative.
Oh, we are investors at Shadowskip. But that wasn't one of Gilther's direct accounts. But
What about the name Baraka Durant, who's a lawyer at Wextrock Belfie?
Oh, Wextrock and Belfie, they're an IP firm, right? I think I know I know the firm, but I don't think I know him personally.
Okay. No official dealings that you're aware of with either of those two gentlemen?
No, I know that firm because they're subsidiary is a strong word, but they do a lot of work for
Thank you very much.
PEM. They do a lot of work for PEM because PM legal is in very high demand, so they farm out some of their work. That's how I know them. We have more direct dealings with PEM. In fact, Gilther came to us from there with because PM legal has its own finance department. So
Sure. Okay. And do you know Argita Rokeg? She's a lawyer at PEM.
You know, the name rings a bell. Hang on a second. And he goes into like a small leather bound book, and he's flipping through, and he's like, "Oh, yes, I believe." According to my diary, I haven't had anything where she was on a team that we were liaising with for about a year now, but it looks like she worked on teams that we did work with. Again, I'm sorry I don't have any like details around her.
No, that's fine. Unless you have anything, Courtney?
We can't hear you again.
Jesus Christ, I'm gonna pin this to my goddamn shirt. I don't know how it keeps happening.
Pressing the button.
Yes, hi. Do you know anything about the projects that Gilther brought to the table from Shadowskip?
It wasn't Shadowskip wasn't one of his accounts, was not. He might have offered some sort of support. He worked in artificer finance. He knew the community pretty well, especially the smaller firms.
What am I missing? Right, that's all I got.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like we're missing something, but I'm not sure what. But I don't have anything else for these folks.
Yeah.
Like, just insight-wise, does it feel like they're hiding anything, holding anything back from us? Reactions to any of their names, anything like that? It didn't seem like it, but just to be explosivo.
Yeah, you're not getting anything on your passive. If you want to roll, you can.
Sure, why not? One.
What did you get?
21.
Okay.
I have good insight.
Yeah, you do.
+6 to insight.
Here's what you get on it. He's being forthright. You don't feel like he's holding back information, but he's holding back personal comment.
So kind of like off the record. Is there anything we should know about Gilther in general?
He takes a.
Don't feel like you need to hold anything back. We are trying to solve a murder.
If the I gotta remember the names of my newspapers. if the Haven City Crier is to be believed, you are trying to solve 3 murders, in fact.
I can't comment on that.
Naturally.
Oh, good. I was about to.
He-
Can you help us?
He takes a deep breath and he's like, Gilther Benarson came to us from PEM with a high recommendation and a warning. I feel like we were maybe doing someone a favor taking Gilther off their hands. I'll tell you, I didn't let my granddaughter's intern anywhere near him.
Okay, that fits with what we've been hearing.
An unfortunate side effect of working in the business that we work in is people who produce at a high level
Oh, it's your good baby.
have some of their less savory habits tolerated because they produce at a high level.
I believe that is every industry.
Fair enough. I've been in finance for most of my life, so.
Well, it is true of law enforcement and academia. So there you go.
I can tell you it's true in some of the industries we support financially as well. So you're probably right, Inspector.
Well, I think we've wasted enough of your time.
I don't think you've wasted my time at all.
Mm.
I'm not sure what I would do when I found the person, but who or people who are doing this, but because I don't think that vigilante justice should be tolerated in a civilized society, but it will be an interesting call for you two.
Give him a nod and make our exit.
Yeah, take our leave. What are we missing?
Both of you roll flat intelligence checks.
Okay.
Ugh.
Somebody needs to do.
Ember shot just ate my die.
Was that?
That was a 23 on my nat 20 intelligence check.
Well, he does not eat your die on a 1.
But he does on a nat 20 for 23.
Yeah, I just saw it when I rolled that against your insight. He got a nat 20, and I'm like, oh, big Thumbershot. Thumbershot takes up a bunch of the screen when they zoom on. Okay, on your nat 20, the thread that seems to tie a lot of this together from a business standpoint is PEM legal.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not directly involved in anything, but it just happens to be like, it's weirdly like many threads, not all, but many threads seem to connect to PEM.
Yeah.
Pretty more bringing moonlight.
I've got a theory. Hear me out. So, back at that lab, they have those aberrations. I think one of them escaped and is seeking revenge.
I mean, I guess it's possible.
Well, what do you got?
Well, I think it's somebody that they probably did bad things with or to is after revenge. I don't know that it's some experiment.
So in my head, there's like a giant centipede waiting in an alley.
Psychic centipede. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Fa 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 fa.
Is it hot in here? Is it just me?
Just you. All right. What's your next move?
Have we gone to PEM yet?
Nope.
No.
Well, go and ask him some questions.
Yeah,
See-
I think
You know, if Gilther worked for them,
So Gilther worked for them. Argita Rokeg worked for them. You've got a secondary, well, tertiary to Shadowskip, secondary to Wextree and Wextrock and Belfie.
mhm.
So
I keep hearing the name.
Yeah, Wextrock and Belfie is the guys that Yeah, Wextrock and Belfie are the ones that are subsidizing or working as a subsidy for P&M,
Yeah,
PEM, whatever.
PEM.
And one of our dead worked for PEM or worked for Wextrock and Belfie. We know that the financial place did business with PEM. We know that the Shadow Folk did business for PEM. So everybody is tied to PEM.
Like Shadow Folk. Oh.
you need Shadowskip Innovative.
Shadow Folk.
Are there ghosts now?
Yep, those are
Yeah, PM helped them file for their experiment permits.
Mm-hmm. And who knows what else is done for them. Because you don't trust these bastards.
All right. So are you gonna head to PM or are you going to they're in the Guildwood, which is one district over.
Let's do that. Let's go on our way towards Keth Mordag.
Well, it actually takes you away from him, but that's okay. It's still closer.
Yeah.
Then going back across the river, and then you know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't know what much we're going to get out of Keth Mordag other than something like PEM is the reason why he was not able to press charges on these folks. Is my guess.
Could be,
because I don't feel like Keth Mordag is a problem in and of himself.
He's a symptom.
I think he moved to the south to get away from the problem, which is PEM.
Anyway. Still, psychic centipede. Let's not put it.
I don't think the problem. I wish it was a psychic centipede because we'd kill that and move on. I think we're dealing with high-priced lawyers, which is far worse than any psychic centipede you're gonna have to.
Just pray to your death god. Maybe they'll die.
Dear God, please kill all these lawyers.
God going, man, if I had a nickel every time I heard that.
I'd have a whole shitload of dimes.
A shitload of nickels, yeah. A shitload of dimes.
Well,
I
it's
get a shitload of dimes.
yeah. So did I?
Oh, I got it.
No. The story from New Mexico that involves a whole shitload of dimes. So as you leave, I think it's Texas, and go into New Mexico on I-40 or I-10, whatever it is. The first town you come across is San Juan, and San Juan is such a desolate shitbag of a town that you're like, oh, I see why Breaking Bad was set here. That's the kind of town it is. We went to first gas station, which from the freeway looked open. It was fully abandoned. So we went to this other gas station, pumping gas, go in. Like the three teenage boys in there look tweakery as fuck. And then we go to the bathroom, come out, and the woman at the counter is helping a guy who is wearing a leather vest, a biker cap, glasses, a beard down to here, And what we hear, Samantha and I, what we hear is her ask him, "Is this all dimes?" And he goes, "Well, except for the penny, yeah." And it's a Ziploc gallon bag full of dimes.
Except for that penny. Yeah.
Samantha called him the mayor of San Juan. And I'm like, that's the guy who went back and got a shitload of dimes.
I got paid in dimes.
It saddens me because that movie does not hold up.
It doesn't. Parts of it do, but I've watched it again recently, and I'm like, oh, it's not as funny as I remember.
But and it's like so racist and so like.
Well, and you can see what he's doing at the time. At the time, he's pushing a limit, pushing a boundary, and now it's just like we're so far past that.
Right. Yeah. Like,
in interviews, they've said to him, "You couldn't make that movie today," and he said, "I couldn't make it then."
right.
Oh no. Okay, you just clean yourself on the chair then, huh? All right.
Cat going to cat.
You gotta do what you gotta.
Stay out of there. Anyway, okay. Are we heading over to PM?
Yeah.
Yeah. PM Legal is a large multi-story building in the Guildwood, which is like here. That's High Song. That's Somerset. The Guildwood, fashionable, mostly residential neighborhoods, residents from the Guildhall district, lots of high-end specialty shops where only masterworks are sold, upmarket professional offices. So, yeah, yet another bougie AF district. PEM Legal is a multi-story, very fancy building. Joe froze for a second like this. You froze like this for me, and I was like, "Oh, that is a perfect pose." You get there. There's a receptionist. She welcomes you, and she says, "Good morning, inspectors. Do you have an appointment?"
I don't think we need one.
Point.
Well, then
I am actually going to say that I don't believe we need one. We need to speak with.
She goes, of course.
We need to speak with somebody that can answer a few questions regarding some employees and former employees.
Personnel.
Somebody, yes.
Okay, I'll ring somebody from the personnel office. And you see she's got like a little array of sending stones. And she goes, "Personnel, this is June at the front desk. There's some inspectors here who need to speak about employees."
Imperial credit.
Imperial credit. Is that 3D printed or?
No, it's
Okay.
It's
Is it
metal.
metal or? Oh, cool.
It is solid metal. Here, I've got to here. Hang on. You got Mandalorian credits. New Republic credit. More Mandalorians. Got a whole bunch of them. Wait, what else we got?
Of course, the Imperials had to be difficult and be
I think
square.
these are Republic credits or Old Republic credits. In different denominations. And I believe these are the.
Well, the square ones store better.
Yeah.
Yeah, that weird teardrop shaped one you just had. What is that from?
These are New Republic credits. So we got this one. This one.
Oh, I see.
This one.
The mint is being more artistic and creative than pragmatic.
Yeah.
The New Republic. We had such high hopes.
And I think these are Republic, like
Old Republic.
yeah. And then these are Imperial.
Wow.
The New Republic lasts at what, half an hour in the new trilogy?
No. Well, yeah, in the new trilogy, yeah. So but it was like 10 or 15 years from the fall of the Empire in Return of the Jedi to the fall of the New Republic in Rise. Was it in
Force Awakens.
Force Awakens?
Yeah,
Force
they
Awakens
blew up the whole system.
Yep.
I still think, shoot the star. Don't shoot all the individual planets. Blow up the star.
That's probably harder.
less impactful.
It looks
Or-
cooler.
Yeah. Visually less impactful. But these are all
No,
from Disney.
I liked when they did it in Star Trek Generations, and it just like, wow.
The only ones we didn't buy were the Mon Calamari credits, which just look like little shiny rocks.
And they smelled weird.
Probably they have a crustacean smell to them.
It's a little fishy.
Racist.
So anyway, yeah, we wait for somebody from personnel, I suppose.
Okay. A dark-skinned human comes and goes, "Hello, inspectors. Why don't you come with me? I'm the executive assistant to the head of personnel."
Lead the way.
She takes you up 3 flights of steps to the 4th floor and to an office that has
We check on Cornelius, make sure he's okay. All those steps.
yeah.
I'm good. That wasn't me.
Okay. You see the name on the office. The nameplate on the office says Prudence Vallone, director of personnel
Yeah,
services.
exactly.
What?
Said, "Dear Prudence, won't you
I
come
really
out to play?"
I really enjoyed the name Temerity earlier.
Yeah. Temerity Borderlands. Yeah. So the name Prudence clues you in, and then the last name beginning with a V clues you in that this might be a tiefling. And you get there, and it surely is a tiefling. It's a dark blue tiefling female with sort of smaller horns that sort of go back here. Like she keeps a short haircut. You come in, and she's smiling and holding out her hand, and she says, "Inspectors, welcome, good morning. Why don't you please have a seat? Marjorie, please get us some coffees, please. Coffee, tea,
Coffee'd be great.
and some of those croissants, and find me that muffin that I like." And Marjorie goes off and
I love them devil girls.
and says something and
Devil in her.
says, welcome to PEM. How can I help you this morning?
We wanted to find out about a former employee of yours, Gilther Bjarnson.
Gilther Benarson?
That too.
And she looks and goes, "So you're investigating the cabaret killer?" So although you guys are not calling it that, you can definitely tell this is that name has
It's
caught
getting
on.
beat.
Yeah. Yes, I'd be happy to help you. Several years ago, Mr. Benarson left us to go work for Nashtooth, Parbeck, and Ulrich. He was in our finance department for quite a while, and then he left. I believe that was some arrangement with senior management here and with Nashtooth.
And what instigated this move?
She smiles and looks up pointedly as Marjorie and goes, Marjorie, thank you. You're presented on silver coffee service with very, very expensive porcelain coffee service with like a porcelain pot. There's croissants and what must be like some sort of fruit muffin that you can tell has like chocolate in it, and chocolate is pretty expensive. So like 4 or 5 gold worth of breakfast just got put down in front of you. And she says, Marjorie, do close the door on your way out. Marjorie leaves and she says, inspectors, may I assume that we are off the record? And that must be
You can assume if you want.
because are you getting an echo from me? Meat is telling me that my audio is echoing.
I heard a little something.
Okay.
There was a momentary echo, but I think it was more everybody talking over each other than anything other.
Okay. She goes, because legally speaking, for confidentiality reasons, I couldn't tell you that without you getting like a court order or a warrant. But if I'm speaking off the record and I won't be called on this later in court, then I would be happy to answer these questions.
Yes, off the record.
Yes, we just want to find out. Now I'm echoing.
You're not echoing for me. That's weird.
Dun, dun, dun.
We just want to find out who's doing this.
Well, Mr. Benarson was not a good fit here, and frankly, I didn't think he would be a good fit where he was going. But he was a very talented financier. I don't know why Nash Tooth, Harbeck, and Ulrich took him, other than that he was a talented financier.
Seems to be all it takes.
Indeed, unfortunately. He was involved in a case here that I'm sure if you look in your records, approximately, and she gives you the date around when Argita Rokegs from the files, you'll find that he was connected with another former, or not a former, but she's now a former employee, but I believe it was the incident with that employee that motivated senior management to move him out of the firm. But I imagine that since you are at my door and Mr. Benarson had not worked here in 3 years, you may have already uncovered that person.
Our investigation is ongoing.
Are they referring to Adira?
Argita Rokeg, yes.
Argita, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
The other one.
So then my question is, did Gilther have an incident with Argita Rokeg?
Wait. Kim had the deal with Argita.
Oh, then that's my bad.
Oh, okay. I was like, whoa, they both
I
did?
thought it was potentially that both of them did.
No. I screwed that up.
Okay.
So I didn't mean Argita when I said that. I meant Indira. Or Indiria. So what she just said about Argita, she meant Indira. So yeah. Indira did continue to work here, and that was then we moved him. I think it was the final complaint was obviously not the first complaint.
And I'm going to ask about Gim Ranks, was not an employee here, but was somebody that was involved potentially with your firm.
Well, Argita did work here, but it wasn't she, right? That's what I told you. She was
Argita was a lawyer.
Yeah, she was the lawyer who worked here, not where you guys first we're going to assume she was at Wexrock and Belfie. She's not
right.
She was from here, but that was Gim's accuser.
Yes. And Indira worked with Gilther at the Wex drop.
Nash Tooth.
Yeah. I'm sorry. With all my own confusion, I've now lost our thread
No worries. So why do we know why Gilther was moved away from PEM?
Yeah, she says yes. He was. He had several complaints about his behavior with mostly female staff. Along the nature of a complaint that you're probably assuming, and then frankly, he just created a not pleasant work environment for some of the people under him, just sort of generally speaking. All his skills were apparently in finance and not with other people.
Good with numbers, bad with people.
Okay. Where are you?
So I want to mention Gim ranks to this person and see if
Does the name Baraka Durant mean anything to you?
Okay, so I'm going to do atomics first because that's where we were before Josh screwed up, and then I'll follow.
Okay.
Well, yeah, we'll ask about both of them.
Okay, you said
Gim.
How did you ask the question?
I would say, does the name Gim Rinks mean anything to you?
It seems familiar. Was he connected with one of our employees in some way?
Potentially. Does Argita Rokeg?
Oh, yes.
Was or is an employee here?
Yeah, this was the Argita situation. Yes. I believe, Will, I hope this isn't the week you've been having chasing down these sorts of leads. Yes, Argita Rokeg is. She's one of our junior partners at the firm. She was. We have a client. Now I remember this. We have a client who we filed for experimentation permits with, and Argita was working on all the paperwork for that. She told us that the client had made her uncomfortable. We attempted to settle it with the client, and then apparently the behavior persisted outside of work. So because she's a junior partner, we assigned a more senior person to help her pursue legal action. And then I believe that it was settled somehow.
Who was the senior partner?
That would be Miss Black Tea.
Okay.
Black Tea?
Yes, Miss Portia Black Tea.
Okay.
To the notes.
And is Argita still employed with the company?
As far as I know, yes.
Wonderful. We would like to speak with her if possible, but we can get to that.
Okay.
And then we'll ask about Baraka.
Baraka Durant.
That name doesn't ring any bells. Can you give me a little more context without compromising your investigation?
He's a lawyer at Wextrop.
Oh, Wextrop and Belfie?
Mm-hmm.
We subcontract some of our work out to them, some of the more routine stuff that we're a little busy for. But I wouldn't, as a subcontractor, I wouldn't necessarily have any contact with them.
Okay. Well, we would like to speak with Miss Rokeg and potentially Miss Black Tea as well. But for the start, we need to speak with Miss Rokeg.
Okay. Would you mind waiting here for a second?
Of course not.
Miss Black Tea is actually currently Miss Rokeg's supervisor.
Mm-hmm.
So Miss Black Tea is a fantastic advocate for our employees, and she may request to be there when you talk to Argita. Is that okay, or would you like to speak to Argita alone?
They can both be there. It's fine.
Okay.
So
She gets up. I'm sorry?
It's simply something informal.
Okay. She gets up and says, "I'll be right back. I have to go down to 3." She's gone for about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Um,
As soon as she leaves, and just like, why doesn't Durant fit in with this? Maybe okay, so he's a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
These two others are obviously dirtbags. Maybe he handled their cases against these women? Because I understand wanting to kill those two. They're definitely killable. But why Durant? How is he tied in with them?
Well, he's tied in with them as being somebody that was found at both the honeybee and the stag.
he was definitely tied to them socially, from what you've seen in his contacts.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. You can
Okay,
keep
I
talking.
have to feed my cats, so that's perfect.
Okay.
I forgot you were still there, and I got up earlier because I heard what sounded like. I think. Yeah, and then said, "Hey, stop!" And she's like, "Oh no, I don't think I'm good, girl."
I would never.
I thought like, hold on, and the dog goes, "I gotta feed my cat." And I really want to go. And, thanks for that.
Make your mouth the food run first. The robot was the key. I have like $15 in food, so I need to do little things.
What? Oh, I heard wine. I'm like, what new fashion bullshit is this?
Hello.
Hello.
Chips and salsa.
What did you say?
Chips and salsa.
Ah,
Sorry about that.
that's okay.
Cats are much happier folk now.
Oh.
Four cats with full bellies make for happier cats than
Mm.
4 hungry cats.
While I was up, Miley was like, I'm going to do laundry, throw some stuff in the basket. I'm like, oh, shit. Yeah. Don't miss that opportunity.
It's a good plan. Throw shit in basket. Always good plan.
Nom, nom, nom.
Yeah, man, you got all kinds of snacks going.
Yeah, well, he's high, so.
Oh, right. He's got the fucking munchies.
Okay. After a little bit of time, the executive assistant, Marjorie, comes in and goes, inspectors, Miss Valon will meet you down on the 3rd floor and tells you how to get there. And you walk down to the 3rd floor, and inside an office, a little bit smaller than Prudence's, but about the same. She's a pretty. Prudence Valon is probably like 5'6", 5'7". She's normal size. She comes down and she waves you over to what is probably the shortest hobgoblin the two of you have ever seen. But you see a hobgoblin with red brick red skin and black hair. And she says, "Inspectors, I'd like to introduce you to Portia Blackie. Portia, I'm so sorry. How rude. These are the inspectors whose names I'm so sorry, inspectors. In any case, I'm going to leave you in Miss Black Tea's capable hands. And I'm not going to make you roll history. Who's proficient with history?
Oh, that'd be me.
Both of us.
So Black Tea is not a hobgoblin name. Portia is a hobgoblin name. In fact, those ring real halfling to you. Just a thing to note.
And she's a hobgoblin?
She's a hobgoblin,
Mhm.
yeah.
Which one of them had the affinity to hobgoblins? Was that Gilther?
It was Gilder.
Okay.
And she says, like Argita was not at her desk. I think she might be in the restroom. Please step inside to my, and she says that sort of like, oh, I have to tell you somebody's peeing. That's funny. I'm telling the cops an employee's peeing. She says, can go ahead and have a seat in my office if you like, and I'll go back to find her. She waves you into her office and then leaves to go somewhere to find Peter Rokeg somewhere.
Right.
Yeah. That smell weird to you?
A little bit.
You want to roll insight?
I would. Big money, no whammies.
$17 from Joe, or from Atomic.
Oh, can I as well?
Yeah, sorry. I thought you were the one who had asked, but 18. You're in sync with each other.
Think we got a runner?
No, you don't think she has. You don't think you have a runner. It's unclear if she's not nervous. She's maybe anxious about something, but it's unclear what that is.
Yeah.
Actually, I probably should have.
Hmm.
Yeah. Quick glance
Go ahead.
around the office, just like a quick investigation check. Anything like glaringly illegal going on in here?
In her office or just generally in the floor?
In her office.
Okay, roll me an investigation. Oh, sorry, that's all right, natural 20.
Summon the dragon.
Okay, you like go looking around and you clock okay. There's a couple of things. Okay, so you go in there and she has diplomas on the wall, and one of the diplomas, I'm so glad that I actually copied and pasted this and put it in. One of the diplomas is like, you know how people sometimes frame diploma with their like graduation paraphernalia.
Mhm.
So it's like a master's hood in ruby and green colors, and it's all framed and nice. And it's from that college that I put in the chat, which I like to name things by just running them through Google Translate and don't remember what they mean or how to say them. I think that's Koldej Krasnomostova, which you know is a college of eloquence. So her law degree is from a Bardic college.
Interesting. That's uncommon, I'm assuming.
It's, I would say it's not rare, but it's uncommon.
Okay.
And if what you know about the Bardic colleges, it's not surprising that Koldej turns out people who are good at litigating and debating, right? That's what a College of Eloquence person does.
Sure, yeah.
Right.
You are looking around and you also find a fuck you in your natural 20. You find a small token from the college fencing team.
Oh,
Rapier attack.
And on top of one of the shelves in the corner, you swear when you're turned away, you see something move up there, but when you look at it, and even when you get close, you can't see you don't see anything.
are you clocking this over here?
Can I
You can
investigate it?
You can roll perception or investigation.
I'm gonna roll perception, and I'm gonna guide myself.
Can you do that?
Yes. 15 plus 19.
On the 19, you're like looking where he's looking, and you're like, I don't see what you're seeing, man.
But you do you point out the
I reached over there.
fencing, whatever?
You reach over there.
Mhm.
You
Is there an invisibility cloak over here?
roll a perception for me flat real quick, Joe, or at any speed, actually.
I would guide you, but I don't really know what you're doing, so I won't.
Got the dragon again.
Nice.
We are on fire today.
Yes.
You grab hold of something that kind of feels like a tail of a creature, and it
Oh.
just slips out of your hand.
There's something in here.
You in fact, nah, that's fine. Just as you're over in the corner grasping at something, you hear footsteps coming towards the office.
Hold that
Especially
door.
especially with you and your fucking natural 20s. What did you say, Joe?
I said, hold that door. Mage hand.
Yeah, I think I'll close the door.
Okay.
Mage's menace. And I start reaching around for whatever is in here.
Can I?
Let me look at Mage Hand real quick.
Okay.
He can close it, like he's using it to close the door.
No, I'm
he's
just trying to locate this thing.
trying to
Oh,
grasp something.
I'm gonna go ahead and detect magic. Screw it. I'll cast detect magic.
All right, Joe, roll me a d20 with disadvantage. Roll a d20 with disadvantage.
Yeah, and I'll cast detect magic.
Oh, I got a 5.
You're grasping at nothing.
There's something in here.
Does anything come back on detect magic?
Hold on, because I thought it did, but I apparently don't have that. Apparently, I don't. So I'm gonna say on the, fucking, really? Okay. On the detect magic, you behind a portrait, you detect a magic box, maybe like a safe, and magic locks in the desk drawers. You hear Portia knocking on the door and go, "Inspectors, is everything okay in there?"
One moment, please.
Trying to figure out.
I don't have anything like if the detect magic isn't finding whatever the creature is, it's not a magical creature. It's something else.
Well, for the duration, you sense if you sense magic, presence of magic.
Would detect good and evil work?
No, I think I assumed it was an object in detect magic, but now I'm rereading the spell.
Yeah, like I would sense the magic items coming off of him and the magic items coming off of me, and
Right, but if there's a creature, it would detect that too.
it's any visible creature or object
Any
in here
visible
that bears
creature.
magic
Okay, yeah, no, the detect magic isn't.
because it's invisible. Fuck. Yeah.
You can cast detect good and evil.
All right. I'm casting it.
All right, there's a small fiendish presence skittering around on the ceiling.
Oh, it's an imp.
It's a fiend.
Yeah, it's probably an imp.
Little one. Like using my mage hand. Can I have 2 things going at once?
Is Mage Hand concentration?
No, I don't believe it is. Oh, it might be. Double check.
No.
Nope. It's just 1 minute.
All right. So I'm like, I see you.
Where is that? Oh, here it is. Detect good and evil is concentration. Duration concentration. Duration 1 minute. Okay.
I just want to get a good enough hold on this thing that we can see where it is. I know I can't like bring it down with Mage Hand, but I want to be able to spot it, maybe, and then he can grab it. Know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
So there's a little spy in here. Is it working for her or against her? I wonder. Spying on her or us?
Right.
Who do you work for, little buddy?
And the hobgoblin's name is what again?
Portia Black Tea.
Portia Black Tea. And she's outside the door, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, knocking on the door, wondering what you guys are doing.
And I would say, is the creature in here yours or not?
You hear? Yes, it's mine.
I'm going to open the door and say, step in, please. And close the door behind her.
She's got Argita with her. Do you hold Argita outside?
No, I'll bring Argita in as well.
Okay.
I got my big Mage Hand.
And she looks at you and goes, Inspector, that will be quite enough, thank you. And then goes, Corvex, make yourself visible. And the imp decloaks, as it were, becomes visible, and then really quickly changes into a raven and goes and lands on her shoulder. And she's like petting it and goes, Corvex, what were you doing? And it just makes raven noises at her. I'm sorry if he was any problem.
You know, your imp didn't seem problematic, but
Mage Hand.
I'm sorry, Joe?
I dismissed the Mage Hand.
Okay.
my detect magic is still up. Is there magic off of any of them?
Let me just...
Are they good or evil?
Yeah, you have your detect good and evil too.
It doesn't say anything about...
It is an ill-named.
It is.
No.
It is not a good spell.
I 1000% agree. I'm like... Okay. So because of the way the spell's written here, it's not detect alignment. So unfortunately, I'm not gonna tell you that information. You detect a magic ring on Argita.
Okay. What? Like, I know it's supposed to tell me the school, and I fucking hate that. So I'm not going to ask you to tell me what the school is, but if it's something like obvious, like protection or something like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say the school's.
I always make him tell me what school it is.
And I always tell him I don't know because it doesn't tell me in the book some things that what the school of magic is, and I have to make shit up.
Yeah, it's a ring of protection. I was gonna say abjuration. It's a ring of protection, but
Okay.
it's just as easy to say a ring of protection.
Yeah. Okay.
Can't fault for that.
And I'm gonna make sure I am standing back to the door
Okay.
with them in the room, and tell them to please have a seat.
Keeping a close eye on that bird.
Okay. Portia goes in and sits at her desk, and Argita takes one of the other seats.
Does that have a simple explanation?
I'm a graduate of a bardic college. I can have a familiar. I'm registered as a magic user in the city.
Okay. Just don't like being spied on.
Well, it's just here with me at work. He wasn't necessarily spying on you per se.
Miss Blacktea,
Okay.
I see you have a background in fencing.
Yes, at Koldej.
You often still take up the rapier?
No, I don't really have time.
Sure. What can you two tell me about Gim ranks?
Argita looks at Portia with a not nervous or afraid, just like oh god, again, like as somebody who's had to explain a story over and over again. And Portia just nods at her like reassuringly, and she said, well, I was part of the team that was working with Wexrock and Belfi to file the permits, and he was part of the team for Shadowskip, and he was part of the team, and he kept hitting on me, and I kept telling him I wasn't interested. And then he kept and persisted, and I went to their people about it, and they didn't really do anything. They apologized and all that, but then we went to and filed a complaint, and then suddenly they were concerned and worried about it, and said that he would be formally reprimanded, and all their biggest apologies. And I said, well, frankly, that wasn't good enough. And then they had somebody from a lawyer from Wexrock make me an offer to drop the report with the inspectors.
That wouldn't by any chance be Baraka Durand, would it?
Yeah, how did you know?
Coincidence.
Bing!
And then I asked to be removed from that team. And then Portia chimes in and goes, and I said, and I worked with senior management that we write rules of interaction with the Wexrock staff so that we wouldn't keep having this problem. But I believe the inspectors did initiate an investigation. It was probably stonewalled and obfuscated by Krenna Shadowskip. And then the settlement thing came through.
Sure.
Sometimes in our circles, that's the closest you get to an apology. Or
How'd you feel about the settlement?
are you looking at Portia? Or are you looking at who are you?
I'm deliberately not looking at either one of them. I'm just like looking at the floor.
I'm trying to read Portia.
All right, roll me an insight. Oh, sorry, advantage. Roll another one because you're with your partner.
I got your partner.
13.
Okay, so we're using your passive, which is
Yeah.
Portia looks at Argita and waits for her to speak, and she's like, well, honestly, I guess it was the best we could do. It was for that kind of an asshole to continue to have a job there because it's not like he was fired. I mean, I guess it was generous, but like Portia was saying, that's how lawyers apologize, is with money. And Portia's like nodding as though in agreement.
And when was the last time you saw Mr.
Which one?
Bjarnson? Is that who we're talking about?
No.
No, you were talking
we
about
haven't brought up
ranks.
Bjarnson
If you
at all.
suddenly switch to Gilther Benarsa, and they're going to be like, are you on something, Inspector?
Yes, he's very high. When was the last time you spoke with Mr. Durant, or saw Mr. Durant?
Argita goes, probably I haven't seen him since the meetings about the settlement, which was quite a while ago.
What
I
about
just gotta
you,
look up
Mr.
at Portia and you.
Same thing. Well, I sat as advocate for Argita during that, so that would have been the last time.
Okay.
Because I know you're both Joe. If you right now we're running on Atomic's passive because his roll didn't beat it. If you want to try to roll an insight with advantage as well,
Insight,
I'm only,
not my strong suit, but
let's see if the dragon eats one of your dice again.
yeah, standard or advantage.
No advantage. You're with your partner. I was going to say it's only because you're high that I'm reminding you you have to request rolls, but for things you have passives on. Ooh, so we're going on your passive as well.
Apparently.
You're both getting that Portia's throwing straight dice right now.
Does the name Gilther Benarson mean anything to either of you?
Argita starts to look like she's gonna go, no, like I never heard that name. And Portia goes, well, you're just digging up all of Haven City's finest this week, aren't you, Inspector?
Would seem so.
I was part of the team in legal that helped relocate Mr. Benarson.
Yeah. And are you familiar? Any? Did you ever have any dealings with him outside of work?
I mean, not even if you paid me. That man is, that dwarf was. I don't think he liked. I don't think he liked
Question
females.
before you continue.
Yeah.
Is it widely known that he is dead? Has his name been released? Like I know there's talks about the killer, the cabaret killer and stuff, but have the names been released of the victims?
You know what? I wrote that down in the newspaper. Let's see.
Because she just used the past tense for him, and that's what I'm curious about, whether or not did I just catch you in something, or was that just a slip of Josh?
I never said his name.
No, I never said he was dead, and she said he was in the past tense, as if knowing that he is no longer with us.
The names have not been released, and I think that was a Josh slip, but I can make that work in character. So we're gonna let it stand that she. So what was my statement? Was he was?
I said, well, he was. I don't remember where it was going. But it was she was using the past tense of like he was a dick. He was an awful person or something.
She'll just say he was and pause for Garret to note that she's using past tense. One of the largest problems we've had here, and I would have rather not had him have us find a job for him again, but I don't think he thinks of females as anything other than objects.
And Miss Black Tea, can you verify your whereabouts on December 31st, January 3rd, and January 5th?
I know you're not laughing, but it's really hard not to laugh back when you're laughing like that. Sure, I can do that. May I ask why, Inspector?
Call it a need to know.
Am I the subject of an investigation or a person of interest?
You weren't.
They're definitely interesting.
Well, that's true. I am quite fascinating. Does Miss Roadkick need to be here any further?
I don't think so.
Her eyes shift from
Garret.
Yeah, I was gonna say her eyes shift from Cornelius to Garret.
What is the like body language of the goblin? Is she like
The hobgoblin.
no of Agita?
Oh, Agita's like Argita realized the landscape has just shifted, but she doesn't understand what's happening. So
Okay.
she's a little like, what's going on? And she realizes her boss just went into full lawyer mode and is like Argita's clocking something's happening, but she doesn't really, she looks more confused. Like, wait, what happened? That's Argita's demeanor.
Mm-hmm.
No, you can go.
Argita, go ahead and get back to work. And she looks at, and Argita gives her sort of a worried look. She's like, it'll be fine. Argita leaves, and she said, so I noticed that you used the past tense that I wasn't a person of interest, intimating that I currently am.
And I noticed you used the past tense of he was was it
Walther Bernarson.
again that Gilther Bernarson was a problematic person.
I still have friends over at Nashtooth, Harbeck, and Ulrich. I've been keeping an eye on his behavior. I know that he's involved in, or maybe one of the victims of the so-called cabaret killer.
I think we might need to have you come down to the station, Miss Blacktea.
Okay, for what reason?
Oh, for formal questioning.
All right. I'll just get my things. I'm assuming you would like me to come now.
Please.
Okay. She goes into a small closet, gets out like a really nice coat. Remember, it's wintertime, it's still quite cold. And an umbrella. And opens the door and like, shall we?
All right, to the conveyance.
On her way out, she says to her secretary, her executive assistant, she's like, Jarek, she says some names and I'm not going to think of them, that the inspectors are having me along for some questioning down at 1CC. And her executive assistant is this halfling male who just looks at her like, okay, like very, what is happening?
Your boss may have gone vigilante, sir. The only thing I have a problem with right at this moment is every bit of evidence we have is at best circumstantial.
Yeah, but let's talk to her.
Mm-hmm.
She goes along. If are you going to turn this into putting her into restraints and stuff? Because she's going.
No, she's not under
No.
arrest. We're just asking her for questioning. Like, I'm not reading her rights or anything.
Right.
Because we don't have any. We can't hold her.
Right.
So we don't have any evidence, like
And
anything
it's D&D,
factual.
she doesn't have any rights.
Yeah, well, there is that too. But like, I don't think we're arresting her. We should ask her to come down to the station to have some.
Okay. I was going to say she may not have any. She does have rights. Like, she doesn't have Miranda rights, but she's also clearly a well-respected, high-level attorney at a very powerful firm, right? So this is
Yeah. This may end our careers.
like, oh, now I see why Sergeant Mordek didn't want to work here anymore.
See, no, that's the thing, is it won't end our careers because we're only informally bringing her in for questioning.
Yeah.
That's why it's one of those, like, we just had some questions for you. We would love you to come down to the station so we can talk to you some more in a formal setting. We're not accusing her of anything at this point.
Sure.
We're not arresting her.
On the way out, she said, may I bring my familiar, or would you prefer he stays here?
Oh, you can come.
Okay. Corvex to me. and it stays in its raven form. She gets in the conveyance and she's like, "Oh, this is what it looks like on the inside."
Yeah, like we're not like perp walking her or anything. We're just
Yeah.
escorting her downtown.
Yeah, you take her back, and she goes with you, and I suppose into one of the I don't know, interrogation rooms.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, how are we doing this? Good cop, bad cop.
I don't think I have it prepared because I didn't realize I didn't have it prepared. Although we did have a long rest, would you allow me to manage my
Sure.
spells slightly? Okay.
Sure.
I just want to make sure. Oh, it's okay. I need to. Yeah, I'm going to. Oh, damn it. Okay. I am going to unprepare something else. Damn it. One thing I was going to unprepare is one that's always prepared. It's based on my.
You're
Damn it. I'm going to unprepare command, and I will have Zone of Truth prepared. So I am going to cast Zone of Truth.
in the room.
Yeah.
Okay. Does she have a save against that?
It is. It's a Charisma 14 save. And I know if she's failed.
Right.
Or I know if she's succeeded or failed.
Right.
And I do want to cast it on half of the room that she's on, because it's a 15-foot radius.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to like put the radius on the side where she's at, not where we are. Just so we're not in the zone of truth ourselves.
But I get what you're doing.
Yeah.
But do you need to do that though? Because because it only tells you if the person's.
Well, it says on a failed save, a creature can't speak a deliberate lie while in the radius.
Okay. Oh, okay. I got you. Yes. So
I want us to be able to lie if we need to.
yeah, I got you.
Well, really, I want
see.
Cornelius to be able to lie if we need to, because it doesn't affect my own zone of truth. Wouldn't affect me. And they know that they're affected by the spell. They can't lie, but they can be evasive in the answers as long as it remains within the boundaries of the truth.
Okay.
So I'm not hiding the fact that I'm casting it.
Yeah, I mean, we got a College of Eloquence bard lawyer,
So you can tell there's like you cast the spell. So here's the other thing is
I'm actually going to tell them I'm going to cast this spell.
right. So that's fine. You tell them, or you tell her rather.
Mm-hmm.
In vino veritas.
That's not. Just in another game, I've established as precedent that anything in zone of truth is not like admissible in court. It's fine for an investigation tactic, but like, because I'm like sort of thinking it through. It's like, well, can't we just zone of truth everybody in a courtroom and blah 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 blah? And it's like, but anything that's magic can be manipulated. So, so you cast it, and you normally know like kind of quickly if somebody's saved it or not. Like, within less than a second. This takes like a full second, maybe second and a half for you to get a read, and then you get the feeling that she's saved against it.
Okay.
She's like, I appreciate the honesty. Thank you.
Well, see, her saving against it tells me something, right? Then she has something to hide. So it was.
Well, that's very cop thinking, because like, well, why can't I search your car if you have nothing to hide? Because you can't search my car. Go fuck yourself. But like, right?
Right. Like, I'm telling you, hey, I'm going to cast a spell, and then she fights against the spell.
And she's like,
Me, that's
no.
Yeah.
It's,
Sure.
it is. It's very cop thinking, but that's exactly the way I'm thinking about it. Is like,
You're not
cool.
supposed to save against it.
But she could have chosen to fail, and she did
Yeah,
not. So she has the ability to lie to us, is what it comes down to.
Yeah.
So me casting the spell was more of a, if it had worked, great, and if it doesn't work, that still gives me information, and that's what I was going for.
Okay. She goes, so I think before you invited me to your office, you asked me about my whereabouts on New Year's
31st.
Eve. Yeah. She's like, she goes, New Year's Eve. Yeah, me and some friends went, bar hopping is the word I'm looking for. Went bar hopping through a couple of districts.
No, we could name you those friends.
Sure.
And where'd you go?
A lot of places. It was New Year's Eve after all.
Okay. Well, what district?
I think we started out in Twin Keep, and then we went to Victoria, and then we took a little tiptoe into Hoxton, which is pretty low rent. So then we went back up in Victoria, and then honestly, part of the night after that's a little bit of a blur. I'm not embarrassed to tell you, I got really drunk.
You ever been to the Steady Stag?
I don't think so.
What about the Honey Bee?
Oh, that cute little halfling restaurant in the Hoxton? Yeah, I've been there.
Do you recall on that evening whether you may have stopped there?
I want to pause. I'll answer that question. Did you guys want to roll active insights?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay, both of
I'm
those
going
are
to cast guidance on myself.
okay. Both of those are at advantage.
Take advantage.
So insight.
Yes, if you want. You don't have. You could roll on that passive 11 if you wanted.
So mine is a
23.
21 plus 2 is 23. Yeah.
Yeah.
17 on insight.
Okay.
And was the other investigation?
No, just right now, just insight. Investigation is more like actively looking for clues.
Yeah. Okay.
No, he was. Atomic got another die because he cast guidance on himself.
D4 guidance is a wonderful spell.
Okay. Yeah, she goes, yep, sure, I'll do that. So far, what your gut tells you, she's telling you the truth.
Okay. So I think the question was, did she go to was she at the Honeybee that night? She said yes.
Oh no, she goes, no, I said I'd answer it, but then I remembered we had
okay.
new insights for here. She goes, by the time we got to Hoxton, we were pretty hammered. I don't think we did.
Okay.
I know it though. Little family run. Halflings obsessed with. Doesn't say obsessed with. She goes, they have their own apiaries just outside of town. She goes, you might notice I'm pretty small for a hobgoblin. I don't think it's because of who adopted me, but Black Tea's a halfling name. My adoptive parents are halflings. So I know that restaurant.
Sure. And so okay, so that was the night of the 31st. What about January 3rd?
Can you give me a day of the week? And you give her a day of the week.
Yeah.
And she's like, I think I spent, you're asking about the evening of the 3rd?
Really, we want the 2nd.
Yeah, it would be the
evening of the 2nd, the morning of the 3rd.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Good call.
Again, she's like, I mean, I'd have to look in my diary, meaning, sorry, it's a British term, in my agenda, my calendar. Yeah, she's like, are you asking about the evening?
Mhm.
I'd have to look at that. It's right after New Year's, I think a couple nights after New Year's. I think I went out to dinner with some friends that night, you know, how things, festivities of the new year and all.
Sure.
I'd have to double check my calendar to be accurate though.
And do you have any recollection, or have you ever been to a place called the Mortal Coil?
Any recollection of having been in the Mortal Coil?
Mhm.
No, I don't think I've been in the Mortal Coil.
But you know of it.
That sort of rough sex club? Yeah, I know it.
Okay.
I really wanted her to go the TGI BDSM, but I'm like, she wouldn't say that. I'm trying not to break the mood, but
And then, let's see, it was found. So then the evening of the 4th, a couple days later, what do you know, can you recall where you would have been that day?
the evening of the 4th. Oh, okay. The 4th, the evening of the 4th. I think a friend and I went to see a show. You two know the dinner theater, The Life and Mercy?
Mm-hmm. I'm familiar, yes.
Have you seen the aquarium show?
Have not had the privilege.
It is. Well, if you saw the set, it is as over the top as that set looks. It's swimming and acrobatics and singing. I highly recommend it. I wouldn't sit too close to the tank though if you didn't want to get wet. They do jump in from the high wire over the tank.
Is her familiar still in bird form?
Yeah.
Can he talk like this?
Theoretically, yes, but he probably won't.
Yeah. Are you asking her? You asking Josh?
Yeah, I'm asking her.
Corvex doesn't generally speak too much. I think he can talk in this one.
Is he always with you?
No. He doesn't like the cold.
Oh. So if you go out on a winter night, he stays home?
Yes.
Or does he move back to some other place? A warmer place.
She actually like smiles or laughs the way I just did, and like no, I like him to keep an eye on my condo.
Message over to him. I'm liking the bird.
She just put herself at the scene of her third murder.
And you like the bird?
I think he's working with the centipede.
Dumbass. Atomic, did you hear what Joe just said?
No, I'm sorry, I missed it.
He said, I think he's working with the centipede.
Fucking hell.
I got a theory going.
But it's not a good theory. Did you
More
get
you
on
got.
the page? No, it's not. I believe this bitch killed him.
Oh, yeah, her, of course.
You know, with the rapier, the pointy sword thing that killed 2 of our victims.
And we've got psychic attacks, and bards. That's right, their thing, right?
Maybe.
So, Miss Black Tea, did you have anything to do with the deaths of Gimranks, Gilther, Benarson, or Baraka Durant?
Really? You're just going to come out and ask after all that setup?
It seems that way.
So, Atomic, what is Garrett's? How does Garret respond to Cornelius just coming right out with it?
I mean, I'm looking at her trying to read her at this point, then. If he asks.
Honestly, what you get on the read off of her is like, oh, so we're just cutting right to it. Like, she's like, oh, ballsy. There you go. So, how did you phrase the question, Joe? Do you have anything to do with?
Do you have anything to do with the deaths of blah 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 blah?
Well, that's an interesting question. As you know, that I've already resisted the zone of truth. So, no matter what I answer here, you have no idea whether or not I'm lying.
Well, we go through our lives every day without a zone of truth, so we'll try to get through the next couple of minutes.
Does it make sense for me to throw away my incredibly lucrative career to kill 3 pieces of shit?
I mean, it was New Year's Eve. Maybe it was a crime of
Oh,
opportunity.
so it was New Year's Eve. So, we went around murdering pieces of shit in the traditional way. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe you didn't intend to kill the first one, but these streets are dangerous. You were in the Hoxton. It's a little dicey. Of course, you got to bring your rapier.
That's an incredible working theory you have there.
And you saw him. You already said you'd had a lot to drink that night. I don't know. Maybe he said something to make you mad, and maybe he fell on it. It could be just an accident.
This is a really good theory you have. Now, all you need is a shred of evidence, right?
Maybe you got to like it. But you felt bad because, he wasn't really the bad guy. It was those other 2 guys.
I need to make sure I'm framing myself correctly.
I can see it perfectly.
Go on, tell me more about me.
Because, with Gilther and Kim, I mean, maybe you did the city a favor, but just tell us what happened and we'll listen.
I have no idea what happened. The papers have a good story. I think you have a novel on your hands, Inspector.
Well, we are paid to think. I turn back to my partner, or it's the psychic centipede. I don't know.
I'm sorry, a psychic centipede?
You're not an only theory. But if, in case you wanted to confess,
I don't. That's not a thing that's going to happen
okay.
today.
So I guess we'll find evidence.
Or you'll try, right?
We'll find something.
Find it, plant it, whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Somebody killed those three men. I'd like to find out who.
Mm.
Maybe to shake their hand. But
Well, vigilante justice is illegal in the Union and Geldar City. But when I was advocating for Argita's case, and I don't mean to paint your entire office with a broad brush, but I personally didn't feel like Inspector Mordag put in half the effort that you two are putting in with me. So maybe if your fellow inspectors, of course not you two, you're very diligent, and she stops looking at Cornelius and looks at Garret and goes, psychic centipede theory notwithstanding, as though to say, I notice you're not chiming in on that one. Goes, maybe those men would have been in prison or disbarred or lost their financier license for the way they treated their fellow professionals, but they didn't. And unfortunately, something bad happened with them. But I don't know what to tell you. You have a fantastic... You should go to the Life and Mercy and pitch that as a show, although they usually like a lot more singing. So add some songs to it, and you've got yourself a hit.
I turned to Garret and I'm like, anything you want to ask her?
No, not particularly. I'm gonna talk amongst yourselves, and I'm gonna step out for a minute.
Okay.
Garret leaves, and she puts her hand on the table and goes, tell me more about the psychic centipede.
I want to step away and, I don't really know quite how it works for us.
Mhm.
Do we need warrants to search her office and her home, things like that?
So, right. So, the Geldar Union is meant to be like a more equal place than the bondage and slavery with which we left, but it's still not fully equal. You technically do. You can get away with it with a lot of other people where you haven't always done it, but absolutely you're going to have to follow every rule with this one because she knows the law too. So for the office,
and has friends with deep pockets.
Yeah. Well, she has deep pockets herself as well.
Yeah.
But yes, also yes. Because you have nothing direct and at the most you have a good theory and circumstantial, you absolutely would need warrants and such. And to do that, you'd have to justify it. And I'm not going to make you roll on procedure. Right now you don't really have enough to justify a search warrant.
So while he's doing whatever, I'm just going to chat her up. And I'm like, so you know that work they're doing over there at Shadow whatever?
She's like, honestly, I don't, but carry on. After the psychic centipede, I can't wait to hear the next thing.
I don't think I can tell you the rest because, non-disclosure.
We didn't sign non-disclosures.
She actually looks at you and goes, you signed NDAs with an agency that you're investigating? Isn't that a conflict of interest?
No, of course we didn't sign non-disclosures.
Okay.
Okay, so I was going to step off and try and see about getting warrants, but you're saying I'm well aware of the fact that we don't have anything to get it.
No, if you would,
You step outside, scream, and come back in.
you would need some piece of physical evidence or a witness, and you don't have any of those. I don't think. Am I missing something?
No. So I have a theory. The first victim had 2 different stab wounds. One from a pierce, one was a rapier, and the other one was some other sharp object that could have been a dagger, but wasn't. We weren't quite sure. She has a familiar that's an imp. Imps have a tail attack, like a scorpion type stabbing attack.
Mm-hmm. Sting attack.
Yeah, I want to maybe I'll just like check with the coroner, do a quick check and be like, what is the possibility that the stab wound on the first victim was from an imp's tail attack, like a tail's and not a dagger?
What they say is like there's a low possibility of that, but the thing that makes me think it isn't is there was no poison in any of those wounds. And an imp sting is usually accompanied by poison.
It's valid. Okay. There goes that theory. We're missing something here. I think my main thought is the evidence we need is not her. We need to put her in those places. She's admitted to being at the
Life and Mercy.
Life and Mercy. But can we put her at Mortal Coil? Can we put her at Honeybee?
Well, let's check on her alibis.
Yeah. So I think we kind of need to just leave her stewing and then check on those things.
Well, I want to get her date book and see what she said she was doing those nights.
Yeah, but we can't just get that. If she doesn't have it, we can't just get it because we don't have a warrant.
She said she can only answer our questions with the date book. We let her go. We let her get her date book.
No, I don't think we let her go. I want to leave her sitting here for a while.
I assume you two have now both stepped out into the hallway and are.
But yeah. I think had we not blatantly accused her of killing them, we probably could have said, yeah, go ahead. I appreciate you coming in for the questions and walking away. At this point now, anything that we do, she's either going to get rid of evidence. Like we need to keep her away from, I know legally we can hold her for 24 hours in the real world. I don't know if that's quite the same in this. But I imagine we can stall her for a little while and just leave her stewing in the room for a little while before we have to press charges.
No.
So we got to do everything by the book because high-powered law firm, high-powered lawyer, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we just kind of leave her stewing, leave her in that room, have somebody go and check on her and bring her something to drink or something to eat if she needs it, but make sure she's kept in that room while we go check on her alibis.
All right.
That's what I've got. You have something different?
No, I don't have. I got nothing.
Because if you fucking bring up a centipede again, I swear to Christ.
I swear to Kellenvor.
I swear to Kellenvor, I'm going to bash you with my warhammer.
There's like a, the
there'll be a
observation.
centipede. You'll see.
There's an observation mirror when you're having this conversation. Are you watching her?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Both of you roll me perception checks. I'll tell you, she's giving off very nonchalant, unbothered.
Did you also roll a natural one?
Yeah, he did.
So both of us rolled that.
We both did. All right, so we're like in this argument. We're not even looking at her. She's gonna explode into flames. We wouldn't know.
She's gonna like turn the imp into something else and like have it break her out of jail.
We're just gonna turn around and she's gone.
Well, she's not in jail. You're just holding her. Like you said, she's not
She's
under arrest.
interrogation. Right.
I mean, this is the DM asking, what are you going to do if she asks to go? Like,
Oh, we're just not going to talk to her. We're going to leave her in the room.
okay.
Just hang out here. We'll have some more questions for you in a few minutes. But
Right, but it's going to take you a while to check, and you can't just hold her for hours without either charging her or something.
well, that's exactly what I was saying. Because like, I know in our law,
Yeah.
you can hold somebody for 24 hours without actually charging.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Like
Now-
you can have somebody come into the you can put them in a holding room and hold
I-
them for 24 hours.
I'm gonna
amount-
say you can hold somebody until the next sunset. So you basically have until sunset because
Okay.
you
The
went in
amount of time we can hold her is inversely proportional to how powerful her friends are.
Yeah, there's that.
And we have to guess that.
Well, at this point, she hasn't been charged with anything, so it's not like she got a phone call or anything like that to
Or
call somebody and be
ascending,
like, yeah, to be like, hey, come get me out of here, because there's no charges.
Yeah, but her whole office saw her leave.
And
He
technically, we did not accuse her of anything. You asked a question. Did you have anything to do with the murders?
Yeah.
I was
And
gonna
she
say
sidestepped it.
she did. Just going back to Joe saying her whole office saw her leave. She told her secretary where,
Yeah, I mean,
where she was
If
going.
you don't think there's an army of lawyers descending on this building as we speak,
No,
no.
there's no army of lawyers descending on the building.
They don't need to, because she's powerful enough. That they don't need to
Yeah.
call the-
She's who you send.
or they just call the commissioner.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure where to go from here. Just all I can think of is to run down the alibi.
That's what I'm thinking too. Like,
Okay, well, do we do that ourselves? Do we send some uniforms out there?
actually, is that something we can do? We could have.
Yeah, you can ask some uniforms to track down names and just ask, especially if like you don't want to leave, you wouldn't want to leave like a detailed interview or investigation, but if you're just asking them for like, hey, can you confirm that you were with Portia Black Tea on New Year's Eve? Can you confirm blah blah blah, that sort of thing?
Yeah, like that, and like, can we send somebody over to the Honeybee and say, hey, do you remember seeing this person on the night of
Yeah.
that the person died? Send somebody to Mortal Coil and be like, hey, do you guys remember seeing this person?
Let's get a sketch artist. Get a sketch of her.
Like the auto sketch tablet.
Yeah. The demon in a box.
It's not a demon in a box. It's not a demon in a box. And by the way, Generation 2 is going to be, instead of size of the iPad, it's going to be size of a phone, and it's going to just be minor illusion. So it'll be like full 3D. Because when one of you had that idea, I'm like, oh, I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of that? That's the upgrade.
Have you
yeah.
seen this boy?
Have you seen this hobgoblin? Yeah, you can get a bunch of uniforms to do that.
I think that's
Wait.
what we want to do. Is
How
just kinda write
many
those down.
how many names did she give us? 2, 3, 9? I mean, was it a whole girl gang?
Yeah, it was like half a dozen girl
Damn.
gang for New Year's Eve. And for the other nights there's like one or two other people, two or three other people for most of the nights. That is going to take some time. She doesn't.
And can I just say, I know it's not very D&D, but that was a pretty good theory.
What, the
What's the-
centipede?
The centipede. No, her drunk on New Year's runs into the guy.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, let me tell you, that is classic Law and Order. A cop spins the story for them when they think they have it to try and get them to confess. That was so
Oh,
well
yeah.
done.
No, that was
Okay.
So well done, Joe. After we ran the first game, like it went in some directions I didn't necessarily anticipate. Like I build out a framework and then you guys deal with it how you deal with it. I told Sam I accidentally wrote the best episode of Law and Order SVU. And then when you just did that thing, I'm like, I've literally seen Chris Maloney do that in episodes of Law and Order.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I love those scenes.
Yeah, it was like
But both
perfect.
of you were staring at me like, what is he doing?
No, I was with you.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, this is what we're doing, and I'm like, oh, here's how I have to play the NPC,
Yeah.
because you're doing and like both of you as you're sort of waiting and thinking and processing, you know, like it occurs to you she kept responding with counter statements. She never really.
Well, she never answered the questions.
She never answered questions.
She didn't answer a damn thing.
She's clearly, this is not her first rodeo in an interview, right?
Like Zone of Truth would have done nothing. She would have said everything she said.
Well, to an extent, yeah, it would have allowed you to be a little more direct with some of your questions. But in any case, so this takes all this, you manage to be able to get all that information out, and it takes a small army of uniformed constables. Yeah. And what you get back is here's what you get back about New Year's Eve. Everybody corroborates, but everybody also says we were really drunk that night. Which is right, it's expected. The honeybee, nobody remembers seeing her on the night that you ask about.
Okay.
The Life and Mercy confirms that Miss Black Tea was on the guest list, along with another person. If you're going to need more time if you want to track down that other person.
Not a name we know.
No, it's not a name you know.
Okay.
The one, it's not a discrepancy because she didn't say this, but on the, hold on. The cops that you send to confirm her alibis on the 4th, on January 4th, her friend states that they started their evening in Whitechapel and then moved on to the Life and Mercy.
What's in Whitechapel?
Jack the Ripper.
Right.
Such a dipshit sometimes. Whitechapel is home to all the major houses of worship, Quarter of Lee, many almshouses, hospitals of healing centers, racially diverse, has faith-based bailiffs, basically clerical, ecclesiastical
Sure.
cops. Atomic, roll an intelligence check for me, please.
Okay.
Folder for this one.
You want to guide yourself?
Sure.
It's a cantrip. You can use it all day.
It's true. That brings it up to an 18.
something about Whitechapel, and you haven't followed up on that coin you found at the Gimrank's murder site.
I
That
completely forgot about it.
that Saint Anthony, that saint metal thing.
I have to feed the cats.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Now that I mention it, do you remember what I'm talking about?
It was like underneath the dumpster.
Yeah,
we found
you
this.
got a nat 20 on the perception, so it was underneath the wheel, and you picked it up, and it looked like, remember, Joe had a whole, excuse me, the Tyrian Cathedral because of his brother. So it looked like the holy symbol of Tyr, which is a warhammer that balances scales.
Yeah.
And what I initially said was this has a dagger across it, but I'm going to change it retro. I'm going to retro it to, instead of a warhammer balancing scales, there's what looks like a dagger balancing scales. And you did not make your religion check to go, oh, I know what that is, but you never followed up on it.
Okay. I think maybe I will ask around in the office, since I've got people. See what I can find out. Do like ask one of the research assistants or whatever to find out what this is from,
Okay.
what faith or what denomination or what it might be.
All right. Let me roll some dice.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to do that this way. So the dice tell a story, as Brennan says.
Always.
So the first two, you end up having to ask three. The first two are like, I got nothing, boss. The third one goes, I mean, it looks like it's related to the Church of Tyr, but I don't know exactly what it is. It's definitely Tyrian in origin, but it looks like maybe like some variant offshoot from like one of their saints or something.
Hmm.
It's like, but I don't know it.
Okay. I think I maybe just I'll step in and ask Portia.
Okay, what are you going to ask her?
Just out of curiosity, are you a religious person?
I was raised in the Church of Tyr. I think
Okay.
my parents still go to the big cathedral every Sunday.
Out there in Whitechapel?
Yep.
And your parents, you said you were adopted, so they're halflings, yeah?
Yeah. I have, like I say, we joke about growing up around halflings stunted my growth. I don't think it was that, but yeah. So I've always been a little more culturally halfling than a hobgoblin.
Sure, that's funny. Have you ever seen this symbol before? And I don't want to show the coin, but I want to show the dagger with the scale. Does this mean anything to you?
She looks at it and goes, and that thing I just did with my eyes, they like flash where they get big for a second, and goes, yeah, that's a Saint Ingrid medal.
Forgive me, I'm not familiar with what is a Saint Ingrid medal.
Well, do you wear religious symbols? Do you wear your raiment when you're on duty, or
No, because nobody knows that I worship.
Oh, okay,
Like, because I was raised in the church, but not that church.
right.
If anything, I would have stuff of like Eldath
Oh, okay.
on me, but I actually worship Celeborn. Because I was the nuns and everybody like so my vestiges and stuff would be of like Eldath, if anything, and I think
Right.
maybe they're not like there may be some little symbols to Eldath, but I don't have any symbolism to Kelemvor
But like,
that I would like.
you know that you're a, people do know that you're a cleric, right?
Oh yeah. I think
Okay.
so.
I need to look something up real quick. So, oh. So basically, let's see. This is where I think she'd be. Oh yeah, Mother Justicia. She goes. So basically, Saint Ingrid is a saint in the Church of Tyr, which I see that you follow Eldath, so maybe you already know this. And she goes in and out of acceptance by the cathedral, by the bishopric, by the bishops and such.
Sure.
Yeah.
Somebody your family's big on, or
No, but there's a Mother Justiciar from the ingredient. She's called Ingredient. She's called Saint Ingrid of Skunnigan, and there's a Mother Justiciar from that order that happens to be in town, and my parents wanted to meet her. So I took my parents to the cathedral.
parents? What are you gonna do?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, you were feeding the cats, and so
But when was that?
that was not too long. That was not too long after New Year's Day.
Okay.
Might have been the day after.
Cathedral?
So you want to catch him up? You want to catch your partner up?
Catholic cathedral?
Okay, so I don't know if you. I will take him. I'll thank her and be like, thank you for your time, and I'll be right back. And then I'll step out with Cornelius again and be like, okay, so remember the medal that we found,
Behind the
where
jerk chicken.
we found the goblin.
No.
Okay, well, we found a medal, and it was some sort of religious symbol of some sort. We didn't quite know what it was, but it's something to do with the Church of Tyr, but it's an offshoot. Our lovely Miss
Right.
MacT was able to confirm that it is a Church of Ingrid, or the Saint Ingrid medal, which is some holier than thou thing that comes and goes in the Church of Tyr, blah, 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 blah. But shortly after New Year's, she took her parents to see the big high muckamuck of this.
Grand Poobah. Yeah. I get
Yeah.
it.
So interesting.
Who had the symbol of Tyr?
We found it next to the dead, well, where the dead body of the goblin was.
So Gim had it.
No, he didn't have it.
We found it.
Oh,
at the
right.
scene of his death.
Right.
So it was likely the person who potentially
Drunken
person that
chicken,
killed
shaved
him had
pop
it.
goblin, employee found body at closing, Cheer Chapel, body found at 2:30 a.m. Upside alley, intersections. Notes inside, symbol of Tyr. Okay.
Now, I know we kind of talked about it, but I don't remember the details of it. The stab wounds and such, like from what height they were they smaller people or?
That we.
I think we established they were like average
Taller.
height, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, taller than a goblin and a dwarf, so
Right.
Human
So
height?
unlikely that it was a pair of halfling parents.
right.
So in case you missed, she was Portia Black. She was adopted by halflings.
Portia's like 5 feet tall.
She's 5'4".
Which is tall
Small.
to a goblin.
Small for a hobgoblin, but relatively average size for a normal person.
She's definitely taller than Gimranks.
Who's like 3 foot something.
Yeah, he's goblin size.
All right. I just got to step away for just a second. I got to turn on the outside light.
Okay. Sorry, I did not have time to listen to the video again. We went grocery shopping after walking in the park.
No,
Moon Park. Moon Park. We went to the moon.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to call it in a little bit. I'm
Okay.
hoping, like my dinner's gonna get here, or the family's dinner's gonna get here. It should be about 8, so I'll have to call it then, if not sooner. But I'm hoping to try and get somewhere. But I feel like I'm a little stuck at the moment. So the only other thing is, so we have this thing. She knows what it is. None of us knew what it was, which is interesting.
What? What are you talking about?
The coin.
The coin. Okay.
the Saint Ingrid medal.
I almost want to question her parents.
You can do that.
I'm going to ask.
Portia's parents?
I'm going to ask an officer to just see if they can bring them in. Bring in her parents.
I don't get what the parents have to do with anything.
Absolutely
that's because-
nothing. But they can talk about St. Ingrid and tell us about the medal and tell us about the little bits of stuff. They don't know what's going on. But
Okay,
we can-
while you're trying to find a uniform to
Mhm.
You with the badge, come here.
yeah, you two girls.
No, I would go to the folks that send out all the dispatch. The dispatch place. I would go to dispatch and be like, hey, somebody in this area, swing by this place and see if we can bring these people in.
We want the death sergeant. That's what we want.
Okay. All right, you do that, and while you're doing that, Trina, the Goblin research assistant, says, "Hey, that's what I dug up on your human Vic."
Baraka?
Baraka Durant also had someone accuse him of sexual assault.
Bingo.
And who would that be?
It was a gnome woman. Her name was Carolyn Mapletongue Ridley.
Gnome woman named Carolyn Ridley. What do we know about her?
Well, apparently, the incident report says that they met in Victoria District, and she was a college student.
Not by any chance the cousin Krasnomov's the
Islington. Is that what it was called?
Yeah, the Islington.
Islington Advanced College?
It's Islington.
Yes. Good.
No, where's the tie to Islington?
Islington. Go ahead, Joe.
He went there, but the others were tied to it somehow too.
So Baraka Durant and
they all knew each other from Islington, right?
they all knew each other from Islington. And Islington is like the big grad school that trains everyone around the artificer industry at a high level. And it's also a neighboring district to Victoria and Hoxton.
Where does the College of Cold Edge Casimir blah blah blah?
Do you want me to put the map up so I can?
Well, no, like what is the tie? Like that is that a completely separate like university type thing or?
Yeah, it's one of the Bardic colleges. It's over in a district called Haisong.
Okay, so there's no ties between that and Islington per se.
Not per se, no.
Okay, that's fine. So Baraka's accuser was further back, like during his college days.
No, she's a current college student.
Have we checked out Have we current?
Yeah, like they met.
Have we checked out the college yet?
The college is really big, a really big institution.
Yeah.
No, you haven't. But when you read the quick what Trina digs up for you, the incident reads as though, and you can see why maybe this one wasn't followed up on because they hadn't met before. They met in this club, and then he follows her out. Like people say, no, there's no argument. Like he follows her out and like assaults her in the street, and that's sort of the long and short of it. He doesn't rape her, but he sexually assaults her, and then she files a complaint against him, and then it seems to follow the same pattern.
What club was it? Do we know?
Yes.
Steady Stag?
Nope, that's in Hoxton. Mortal Coil.
You said Victoria. Which one's in Victoria?
Mortal Coil's in the Victoria district. And the Mortal Coil is also where there was Hobgoblin, like, employees, right?
Yep. That was Gilthur Benarson's favorite spot after he got booted from the skunk strip.
Yep. What is the piece we're missing?
Did we not go back far enough? Does it go all the way to the college?
No. Like the college is how they know each other, how the three of them are connected to an extent, and then amongst the other shit, they were friends in college. They all have kind of gone to and from these places. They're all friends. They're all covering each other's asses. I do like. We still need to talk to Kath Mordag.
Yes,
if we can. But that's another trip out of here to go find him, or can we just send him with the badge? No, because he's not our partner.
I'm starting to think our guest should be allowed to go.
Oh no, I want to walk her out at the moment her parents get here.
I knew you were going to do that.
I want her to see them bringing her parents into a room while we let her go.
Wow. That is dark.
That's brilliant. Come on.
Have you met Garret?
I just like, wow, man.
I appreciate that Josh saw that one coming.
Yeah. No, the second you sent for the parents, I'm like, oh, I know how this is going to go.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote a really good episode, and you guys are co-writing a really good episode of Law and Order, by the way.
Dun dun.
Okay. The constables walk in, not a like. Remember, halflings live to be about a couple hundred years old. So for them to adopt a hobgoblin is sort of an interesting choice, right? They're going to potentially outlive their adopted child, which is not easy.
No, right.
Right. The so Mr. and Mrs. Black Tea are coming in. They look like they're in their like mid-50s is how they present. So they're probably past the century mark themselves. So you have them coming in and you are bringing Portia out, like letting her go when that happens.
I'll tell Cornelius to escort them to interrogation 2 or whatever, and have them walk right by as I open the door and tell Portia that thank you for your time. We will one of the officers can take you back to your office.
Okay.
So as he's walking the parents by the door, I'm opening it to tell her she can go.
Oh.
Okay.
So she absolutely sees her parents.
Okay, she sees them and like crosses her arm and looks right at you, Garret, like right down the barrel, and goes, "Oh, well done. Bravo." Her parents look like kind of confused, like, "Portia, what's going on?" She's like,
No, we don't let them talk. They keep
nothing,
going.
Dad. She's like, she keeps it. It's fine. She keeps talking. And she looks at you, Cornelius, and goes,
Nope.
she's like, "Don't worry, Centipede Boy. I know this. You didn't have anything to do with this."
I am not a part of this.
And she leaves. Right? You can't stop any speech. They're like, "Portia, what's wrong?" And she's like, "Nothing, Mom."
No, that's the whole thing. Is like I was getting them into their interrogation. Like, so they like walked past. So I don't even know if the parents would have seen her unless they were looking behind them.
Oh, okay.
Like they may have heard her, so that they would look behind, but at that point they're escorted into their interrogation room. So there's no real chance for conversation between them.
Okay.
I feel so dirty. Can I bring you some tea? Black tea? Is that your thing?
Oh yeah, and we are going to be the nicest we
Yeah.
can.
They're totally like they're definitely thrown that they saw Portia in this context, but they're like they're definitely Bud and Marjorie Cubby.
Well, how's it going, son?
Well, I don't know what you kids are into, but laws are just threats carried out by the dominant social class.
Oh my
god.
And police are just an occupying army who enforce those laws. No, but they're not like that, but they're real nice. They're like, "Yeah, we do like black tea. Isn't it great? And that's our names."
Yeah, and basically
just to let you know, Portia is assisting us with an investigation. We just want to
mention her.
Well, he did. So
you're not there. I have to look them in the eye.
Really, just want to ask them about the their visit with the saint or the holy muckamuck of the saint. And what they can tell us about the sainthood and that sort of stuff. And like,
they go,
and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you missed a little bit when you went
which I'm just going to treat as I missed something. Really?
You go, "Oh yeah, Portia took us. The mother, well, I'm sure you know that, and I'm sure you know Saint Ingrid of Skonigan is not always very in favor with the church, being the patron saint of vengeance and all. Well, in any case, that sect is being allowed by the church right now, and there's a Mother Justice here in town, and here's the thing: the Mother Justice here looks just like the Haven City prosecutor. Yeah, I think they're twin sisters. And so we went to go meet her because she was, well, we're not devotees. We don't believe in vengeance or anything. But how often do you get to see, like, there's only been like 2 or 3 Mother Justice years in the whole last century, and she happened to be in town. And we're pretty sure they're twin sisters, although she wouldn't say, but I think she is. Now, what I'm not saying now, I'm not saying that all tieflings look alike. I'm not saying that, but these two are dead on look like each other. But and she goes, "So we just wanted to go see her, and yeah, and Portia went and took us, and she went with us, and yeah, she seemed to get along real well with the Mother Justiciar. We were real proud of her. Not a whole lot of we tried to like introduce her to her people too, but we weren't always good at that. And we joke that being in our house is what made her short. We know that that's not how that works. We get it, but yeah, we thought maybe Saint Ingrid might fit in line more with the Hobgoblin thing. We're not saying that they're all like warlike just because they're the best generals and commanders in the Gelder Union Army. That's not what like.
I'm gonna ask about like, oh, do you guys have you ever seen like the little metal like coins type things and kind of describe the coin?
She's like, oh yeah, sure, that sounds like a Saint Ingrid medal.
And do you know, do you guys have any of those, or did Portia have one? Or
oh no, we're not devotees. We're just mainline churcheteer. We don't. Vengeance is not justice, although they're being accepted by the church. But give it a decade and they'll be cast out again. They're in and out. I think it's all politics. We don't know about that, but they're in and out. The Ingrid nuns are like, they do their thing, and right now they're sanctioned by the church, but who knows?
Okay. That's pretty much, I think, all we've got for them.
Okay.
But what I would want to follow up on then is if they're saying that the lead prosecutor and this Justiciar
Mother Justiciar, yeah,
are twins.
Yeah.
Definitely want to follow up on that.
Okay.
And perhaps check out this Justiciar herself.
Yeah, like wish them well, thank them for everything, give them some cookies to go, and as soon as they're out of earshot, I want to turn to him and go, "Vengeance, none."
Okay, so you go. That's hilarious, right? The second. Do you ask anybody in the station house about?
Sure.
So, okay. So you get a lot of this. Oh, you didn't hear? Oh, they're definitely twins. And in fact, they don't get along real well. But when Mary Asandi and Sanderman started that case, the big kidnapping race tension case in SoRiv right now, apparently the sister, they're like this. They're like, okay, right. So the prosecutor's name is Temerity. The sister, who's in the Order of St. Ingrid, is called Tenacity. And apparently Tenacity was at the crime scene of the first one, and Inspectors Mary Asandi and Sanderman thought it was Temerity, and she fully let them think she was Temerity. And then she came in the next day, and of course, the prosecutor's always in her it's well known that the prosecutor is a paladin and is always in her armor. And she goes, so the prosecutor came in. We all thought it was the prosecutor, and we're like, huh, that's weird that Temerity's out of her armor. And they're talking, thinking on the case, and then guess who walks in? Temerity walks in. They have a full argument in Infernal. And I heard Terex, who's the lead research assistant, was eavesdropping out the window as they fought. And now the scuttlebutt is Inspector Mary Asandi had a big crush on one or maybe both of them.
Oh God. Okay.
Which is a thing that legit went down in Anthony and Becky's game.
This is fantastic, and I wish I didn't have to call it right now, but I do. My food is walking up to the door.
You're fine.
Vengeance nuns.
Vengeance nuns.
And this is I found out that
I am fully convinced that Portia is our killer.
Or she stick the vengeance nuns on them.
Vengeance nuns sicked Portia.
Okay.
She went and saw this person, and the person was like, "Yeah, you're doing good. You're a church of vengeance. Take out these people that you've had bad dealings with, these awful people." So I am fully convinced at Portia, but I can't prove it yet. Therein lies my predicament.
All right, we're gonna let Atomic go.
Thanks, guys.